Nope. All right, everybody. Good afternoon. Thanks for watching this afternoon. Sorry that we had a little technical difficulties earlier, but we are on and running. Happy Monday afternoon to you. I got some headlines that I want to catch you up on, including what's the latest on the 2016 presidential race. We will get to that right now.
National poll out from Investors Business Daily may be something of an outlier, but it indicates that for both Democrats and Republicans, the race for the White House is still very much in flux. You can't deny the Trump phenomenon, but is it a bubble that's about to burst? One recent national poll shows that Trump has now fallen behind neurosurgeon Ben Carson. And Trump is making it clear that if it's evident he can't sew up the nomination, he's out.
And if I thought that I wasn't going to win, like there are numerous people running right now, they're not going to win, okay? I would certainly want to get out. I'm not a masochist. I'm not somebody that needs to do this for other reasons.
But is perceived Trump weakness simply a media bias that likes to build people up and then tear them down?
The media has a narrative here. They've never figured him out or figured out what's going on, and they are desperate to see to grapple for any sign. And even if Trump were to go, we would get another outsider.
Hey, great name. I'm Val.
Among Democrats, Hillary Clinton appeared on Saturday Night Live over the weekend, hoping to reach a young audience that seems enamored now with Bernie Sanders, who continues to draw big crowds. But it's Joe Biden who could present the biggest threat to Clinton. One national poll just out has Biden as number 2 without even being a declared candidate. At an event over the weekend, when someone in the crowd yelled that he should run, Biden was momentarily flustered.
If tires could talk, these drivers decided to spray it and not say it. Over at the boardwalk, the wind turned parts of Ocean City into Sand City.
Yesterday, I actually took pictures before I came to the store. And when I left, there was like 2 or 3 times as much sand.
While Cody Bloom has the luxury of enjoying the storm from inside, we found freelance photographer Lana Lawrence.
I saw some interesting photos online, and I thought, oh, I've got to make it to Ocean City.
Who decided to come outside.
I've been shooting nor'easters, even hurricanes here for many years, and the dynamics of each storm seem to be different.
Lawrence says this storm has the feel of a nor'easter, but with a hurricane kick. Even with Hurricane Joaquin getting kicked out to sea, dangerous conditions kept the inlet parking lot and beach closed, while high-tide flooding closed down some bayside roads and those south of the bridge.
We're 3-0 so far with hurricanes in town. Each one's become an exercise, and we get a little better at our response each time.
The flooding similar to when Superstorm Sandy was in town, says Emergency Services Director Joseph Theobald, who called this weekend's forecast favorable.
They got a lot of cleanup to do, but they're used to this. This is nothing new for them.
Nothing new to those who have certainly seen much worse, including this photographer.
You know, I've seen us up to, 2 feet in sand right here.
With a message for those trying to capture Mother Nature at her worst.
Children being put very close to the surf just for a photograph. And I wasn't too shy to go up and say, look, it's not worth it.
Dear world,
in her own words,
before yesterday, most of you had never heard of the city of Roseburg. Now when you hear the name, you will link us to the tragedy that happened on our small community college campus yesterday. That is not who we are.
Gemmaline Wilson and these Douglas County moms write about the Roseburg they know.
There's so much more to remember about us than this day this tragedy tore into our lives and changed our community forever.
We're a logging community tucked into a beautiful valley with some of the most beautiful tree-covered hills you've ever seen. The waters of the Umpqua River flow through our town.
You will hear names and get to know a small bit of who we lost. We will hear the names and feel the loss.
Photographs of the injured being rolled into the hospital doesn't tell the whole story either. Most of our babies have been born at Mercy. And lives are saved there every day.
But soon, their minds wander away from those words.
I'm in love with Roseburg, and this just my heart beats even more, just seeing everybody come together for this.
They too remember what it was like to get the news.
There was a shooting at UCC. Your daughter goes there, doesn't she? And I just felt the blood rush out of my face, and I'm still processing that. She wasn't there, and I was so grateful she wasn't there that day.
They too are hurting.
Conflicting emotions of, please protect these people that I love and that I know and that are integral in our lives. But how can you pray that prayer knowing that means it would be someone else?
They're protective of their town.
It's not a reflection of all of us. It's a very lost and sick individual.
There's so much more to Roseburg than just that day.
All the places that you've seen have so much more depth to them.
All right, we are going to go to breaking news right here. This is near Central in Dobbins, where you can see a fire is happening. Hold on while we try to get you some more details of this breaking news situation happening right now. All right, the address for this is 8838 South 2nd Avenue. That is the exact address near Central in Dobbins. Working to get you some more details. We're being told now that the our Sky Fox is launching for this fire, so pretty soon we will be getting aerials of this breaking news situation coming to you near Central and Dobbins. 8838 South 2nd Avenue is the address of this structure fire, where Phoenix Fire will be working to get this under control. These shots are coming from our tower cam right now, as you can see the smoke billowing from that structure as it widens out here. Now we're going to zoom back in to show you this fire as it went from black now to a grayish white in smoke. You can see the smoke is dissipating now more and more, which is a very, very good sign here. Still working to get you some more details. Our assignment desk is working right now, the story. And if and when Sky Fox does launch, we will bring you those aerials. You are watching a Fox 10 News Now breaking news stream. All right, we're going to keep an eye on this story, but now we will be going to a Hillary Clinton press event where she outlines her gun violence plan. This is happening in New Hampshire today.
Now listen, we are here today to listen to a woman who has every credential possible to lead this country as we move forward. We have a woman who's not afraid to talk about guns and who's not afraid to address the issue head on. You're in a community college today. We know what happened in the community college in Oregon. We know with great sadness that those who passed away for no reason at all. None whatsoever. We have a woman who has within herself the ability to make a difference. And indeed, you are going to have an opportunity to vote for her in the New Hampshire primary and in the general election. So, please, without further ado, I'm going to introduce Erin Kerwin, who's a woman from the north end of Manchester, lives in Ward 1, has 2 children, sociology major, social worker, said it didn't pay a lot of money, but she loved it because she was taking care of people. And really, isn't that what life's all about? We got to take care of people. We take care of people, they take care of us. The country's better off because of that. So without any further ado, Erin Kerwin.
Hello. I'm going to have to cheat a little with my paper. I'm not as well practiced at this. My name is Erin Kerwin, and I'm the mother of 2 children, and I have the honor of introducing Hillary Clinton today. Like many people in this room, I live in Manchester, and a home is about 3 miles away from where we are right now. It is a beautiful community, and in another time, we could have posed in a Norman Rockwell painting. For me, the devastating consequences of gun violence have always been a concern. In what feels like a past life, I was a social worker, and I handled mostly domestic violence and sexual assault cases. What struck me over and over was the immediacy of gun violence. When guns enter a conflict, there's no chance to reconsider. It's just over. Watching the Brady assault weapon ban expire in 2004, I could not understand why we could not make progress or enact policies to prevent gun violence and death from guns. Last month, everything changed for our family. A woman, not so different from myself or anyone else in our neighborhood, was shot and killed on my street. It was a Sunday evening, and there is no explanation for this killing. My first thought went to my kids. Thomas, who's a bit too wiggly to be here today, is in 1st grade, and Eleanor is my 4th grader. The night before the shooting, our neighborhood had a cookout on the street, and all of our kids were running around playing hide and seek through the neighborhood well into the night. What a difference 24 hours might have made for us, and my heart breaks for her family every time I think of it. If you are a parent, gun violence prevention has to be an issue for you.
If you are a husband, a brother, a sister, a wife, gun violence prevention has to be an issue for you. From Oregon to South Carolina and everywhere in between, gun violence is leaving families struggling with unimaginable grief and loss. As a nation, we can do better. I think that if we elect the right person, this is a fight that we can win. And I think Hillary Clinton is the person who can win that fight for us. She has the tenacity to tackle gun violence, and she never gives up. And she has a record of achieving results. So please join me in this fight and join me in welcoming our next president, Hillary Clinton.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you all. Please. Thank you very much. And I'm really delighted and honored to be here. Lou D'Alessandro has been a friend of mine a long time, and a senator representing this district, this city, and this state even longer. And I thank him very much for his support and his friendship. Thank you, Lou. And I want to thank Aaron and Eleanor for being with us. And Aaron's story, unfortunately, is way too common, isn't it? And we're here on the campus of a wonderful community college, very much like the one in Oregon, where young people were going to school, and some not so young. You know, the victims I read are between 18 and 67. You know, people attending classes, improving their skills, teaching, learning, thinking about the future, which was so ended senselessly, tragically. On that very same day that those people were killed in Oregon, a 5-month-old baby strapped into her car seat in the back of a car was killed by a stray bullet in Cleveland. The third baby in just a few months to be murdered in Cleveland. Between 88 and 92 people a day are killed by guns in America. Last figures we have for a whole year is more than 33,000. It's the leading cause of death for young African American men, the second leading cause for young Hispanic men, the fourth leading cause for young white men. This epidemic of gun violence knows no boundaries, knows no limits of any kind. And when this happens, people are quick to say that they offer their thoughts and prayers. That's not enough. How many people have to die before we actually act? Before we come together as a nation? You know, on the Republican side, Mr. Trump was asked about it and said something like, you know, things like that happen in the world. And Governor Bush said, yeah, stuff happens. No, that's an admission of defeat and surrender to a problem that is killing 33,000 Americans. It's time for us to say, wait a minute, we're better than this. Our country is better than this. And there are steps we can take that improve gun safety, and further the prevention of violence by guns. And today, I am proposing what I consider to be common sense approaches. A majority of Americans support universal background checks. In fact, a majority of gun owners support universal background checks. We had a bipartisan bill that didn't make it through the Senate. But we need to go back and with all of our hearts, working not just in Washington, but from the grassroots up, demand that we have universal background checks. And we have to also close the loopholes. You know, we've got what's called the gun show loophole, and we've got what's now being called the Charleston loophole. When the Brady bill was passed, which wasn't easy, as you recall, but it did pass, exceptions were made for gun shows, and then later it was extended to include online sales. And 40% of guns are sold. Gun shows, online sales. We need to close that loophole so that when we have a universal background check, it will cover everybody. And then another loophole is what happened when the young man who murdered the 9 people at Bible study in the church basement in Charleston applied for a gun. The loophole says if they don't get the background check done in 3 days, you can still go buy the gun. Turned out he had a criminal background. And you know how record keeping is. People were still searching through it, but at the end of 3 days, he goes and buys the gun. Because we don't yet have it automated enough, we don't yet have the information shared from all levels of government, and he got his gun and was determined to go and use it to kill 9 innocent people. We also must address the very serious problem of military-style weapons on our streets. And people don't really have a chance. You know, lots of times when terrible murders like this take place, somebody will say, well, you know, if we only had more guns. You're walking to class. You're driving your baby around in a car seat. You're going to church. And somebody has an automatic weapon, or even worse, an assault weapon that is a military instrument of war, and you're somehow supposed to be able to stop that with your own gun? That has never made any sense. And so, from my perspective, we have got to keep guns out of the hands of people who should not have them, domestic abusers, people with serious mental health problems. There's got to be a better tracking and record keeping. You know, I remember the terrible massacre at Virginia Tech. The shooter there had been involuntarily committed, and there was no record of it. And if there is information about people who are felons, who are suffering from serious mental illness, who are domestic abusers, we got to get that information into the record keeping so that the universal background checks will actually show you that here's somebody who shouldn't have it. Now, some people say to me, oh, well, does this really work? Well, I can tell you this. The best data that we have is that since the Brady bill implemented background checks, more than 2.4 million people have been stopped from buying a gun, and over 1 million of those were felons. So they were records of those particular potential purchasers. And I want to work with all of you. I want to work with sensible gun safety advocates as well as gun owners. I want to work with people from the grassroots up all the way to Washington. Because how much longer will we just shrug? Oh my gosh, something else terrible happened, whether it's in your neighborhood, Aaron, or at a community college, or the murder of children in their classrooms. We're going to go to the town hall portion of this, but I want to ask one of the mothers from Sandy Hook, if you wouldn't mind, to just come join me for a minute. Because I want you to hear from her, because so many of the parents so many of the parents of these precious children who were murdered have taken the unimaginable grief that they have been bearing and have tried to be the voices that we need to hear. And I want you to introduce yourself and maybe talk about what you and other parents are trying to do to get the changes that are necessary.
Thank you so much. My name is Nicole Hockley. I'm the managing director at Sandy Hook Promise and also the mother of Dylan, who was 6 when he was killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School. Gun violence prevention was nowhere on my radar before losing my son, and I wish it had been, and I wish I had done something long before something that I thought could never hit my community hit me. As part of Sandy Hook Promise, we focus very much on gun safety legislation and the common sense practices that you're speaking of, so thank you so much for taking this on and speaking out. We also very much focus on what can we do to get ahead of the violence, get upstream of it, and help identify and intervene, help people learn how to know the signs of someone who's at risk and get help before they even get to the state of picking up a weapon to hurt someone else. I think it's a comprehensive solution that's needed between gun access and responsibility, as well as mental health and wellness, and working together with all the other organizations and all the other people, as well as yourself. I have absolute faith that we can deliver this solution and protect children across America.
I think what you just heard really reinforces how nobody knows what might happen, because we haven't done what we need to do to try to make any of us, but particularly our children, safe. So that's what's behind the proposals that I'm making. They're not new. There's nothing, unique about them other than the fact that I am so determined we're going to do everything we possibly can to get this done. And so I know there are a lot of people here. We have a big group from Moms Demand Action and some dads as well. And I want to commend them because they are a grassroots organization that is really trying to bring these issues to the public attention. And we need more of that. I have said we need a movement that people really will be part of, no matter what other issue that is on your minds that you care about. Our safety, the great hope that we can protect people who are going about their daily business, should be at the top. And therefore, I'm really asking everybody, regardless of politics or partisanship or candidates or anything else, to think of the ways that each of us can do more to try to provide that measure of gun safety that will save lives and prevent violence. So let me start by asking people if you want to say something or you have a comment to make on this or any issue. I'd like to start with this issue because I know there are people here specifically on this issue, and I want to be sure to hear from them. Former Congressman Dick Swett. Hi, how are you? Hey, Dick.
It's wonderful to have you here, and it's always a pleasure to be with my good friends, the Clintons. I want to give everybody just a little bit of a background on our relationship with regard to guns. In 1994, I voted in favor of a crime bill that had in it an assault weapons ban for 17 assault weapons out of nearly 800 weapons that were on the street. I'm not looking for any attention, but I received a letter prior to that vote that I thought would be worth sharing with the people here. Now, I had shared it with Hillary earlier. It's a letter from Ronald Reagan, and it's dated May 5th, 1994, and it's written to Congressman Dick Swett. He writes, "Dear Dick," and here's a copy of the letter, so I'm reading off of his own handwriting. He writes, "Dear Dick, Fred Ryan told me of your conversation, and I know you are thinking very carefully about the pending assault weapons bill. As a longtime gun owner and supporter of the right to bear arms, I too have carefully thought about this issue. I am convinced that the limitations imposed in this bill are absolutely necessary. I know there is a heavy pressure on you to go the other way, but I strongly urge you to join me in supporting this bill. It must be passed. Sincerely, Ronald Reagan." I have watched Hillary and her husband Bill work with people from both sides of the aisle for nearly 30 years. She is someone who is going to solve this problem. She is going to be a leader who will make this problem ultimately go away. I have every confidence that as our president, Hillary, you will be able to tackle this problem that we began trying to tackle back in the 1990s. And I am so grateful for your leadership, and I look forward to supporting you in the upcoming elections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, we have a lot to talk about, that is for sure. Yeah, this gentleman right there in the green shirt.
Thank you very much. We're all the way from Arizona. I grew up in Tucson, Arizona. I live there now. And I'm a gun owner and a supporter of the Second Amendment. But I couldn't give you more credit in that we need to deal with the wrong people getting guns, and especially with mental illness. As you know, in Tucson, we had a person who had all kinds of trouble, was able to buy a gun. As you said, in Virginia Tech. In Louisiana, that person had been committed. So from a gun owner, from a reddest of red states, and a person who owns guns, more power to you.
Yes, the lady right here. Yes, here comes the microphone.
Thanks for picking on me. I have a question about the CDC and research that was cut off early in the 90s by the Republican Party. I think if you could bring that back, if we could convince legislatures to fund research into gun violence, what causes it, I think we're hitting a lot of marks with that because we're getting mental health issues, we're getting what roles guns play, how quickly people can, off someone with a gun when they want to. And if we can just analyze that data, I think we'll be in a lot better place.
I agree with you. And what she's referring to is that the Centers for Disease Control, is responsible for looking at public health issues. If there's dirty water that's making people sick. We are expecting them to tell us what to do to prevent that. So they were researching gun violence and trying to figure out who is more likely to commit violence, what kinds of warning signs might there be, and for very sad reasons, basically, you're right that the Republicans stopped the research. But it even goes further than that. You know, there is a law in Florida, and I want you to hear this because it was so shocking at first that I really didn't believe it. There's a law in Florida that makes it a felony for a pediatrician to talk with families about being sure they keep guns safely away from children. Literally, a doctor can go to jail in Florida. Now, if you're a pediatrician and you're running through your checklist, are you keeping the household poisons out of the way of your kids, especially if you have toddlers who are exploring everything? Do you make sure your sharp knives are kept away, and are they high enough up so kids can't accidentally get them? It seems perfectly reasonable to me to say, hey, if you've got guns in the house, are you sure they're really secure? Because too many little kids get a hold of them. We read about it every week. And they kill themselves, they kill their little friends. I mean, I think it is the doctor's responsibility to try to work with the family so that the family can try to keep their babies safe. And if you're in Florida, you could go to jail. So I want to make the argument and work toward the result that, we can learn a lot more about what are the characteristics of people who should not have guns. As we were just hearing from the gentleman from Arizona, as we're learning more, certainly what we know about the killer from Sandy Hook, now the killer from Oregon, there probably were some comments, some actions that might have set off some alarms in people. But if we don't have the good information so that people can be better informed, how do we help them? And so I agree with you, no issue should be beyond study in America. I mean, that's like a denial of everything we believe in our country. And going along with that, so far as I know, the gun industry and gun sellers are the only business in America that is totally free of liability for their behavior. Nobody else is given that immunity. And I mean, that just illustrates the extremism that has taken over this debate. I was really struck when Dick Sweat was reading the letter from Ronald Reagan. And the fact that, when Dick was facing a very hard choice, which many people believe cost him his seat in Congress because he voted for the crime bill, which contained the Brady bill, which led to the background checks, which led to more than 2 million people not getting guns who were felons or domestic abusers or otherwise ineligible. He paid a big price for that. And here is a letter from Ronald Reagan. In fact, when the NRA was on one of their, tirades and calling the alcohol, tobacco, and firearms enforcers, jackbooted thugs, President George H.W. Bush resigned as an NRA member and said, no, I'm not going to be associated with that. So, I mean, ideally, what I would love to see is gun owners, responsible gun owners, hunters, form a different organization and take back the Second Amendment from these extremists. Okay. Thank you. Okay, now. Yes, this lady right there. Sure, yeah. Here comes a microphone, so.
I'm so glad to see you, Mr. Clinton. And I know this is a big issue in the United States, but I'm from Afghanistan. I have more thinking about my country. Every day, more than 200, 300 people dying over there. I want to know what's your opinion after you become a president of the United States. What are you thinking about? You want to pull out all United States soldiers, or you thinking they're going to stay there? For my opinion, we want them over there to stay there for Afghanistan for protection. And I want to know your opinion about that also too. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And first, I want to say how distressed I am by the bombing of the hospital in Kunduz. And I know that Defense Secretary Carter has said that there will be a full, thorough investigation to try to get to the bottom of that. But it's deeply regrettable. It came within the context of the Taliban taking back over a city in the north, and the Afghan army, which has performed very bravely. This is not an army that runs away. This is an army that stands and fights. But they don't have the experience. They don't have a lot of the support that they need to be as successful as they are trying to be. I think that we have got to continue to work with the Afghan government and the Afghan military to support them. Because they are fighting. It's a different story in other parts of the world, but there in Afghanistan, people are fighting for the gains that have been made in the last, 13, 14 years. There still is a lot of conflict. There's still a lot of danger. The Taliban is not going away. We know that. But there has been so many positive developments. The number of girls and women in school, at work, studying in the United States, going home to try to help their countries, businesses that are able to operate now, as opposed to being under the thumb of the Taliban and being forced to, basically pay tribute all the time to the Taliban. There have been a lot of advances in health. Afghanistan had the worst maternal mortality rate in the world. And thanks to help from not just the United States, but other countries working with Afghan doctors and nurses, mothers are surviving childbirth. Some of the things that are so basic that are now so much better in Afghanistan. So I don't know the specifics or what I will be facing in January of 2017, but Afghanistan is a country that has tried, and the people are really focused on getting beyond the violence and the extremism from the Taliban, and I don't think we should just walk away. So I will do what I can to help. Here comes the microphone.
My name is Jeannie, and I was born and brought up on Belmont Street right here in town. It is no longer the city I was raised in. And a lot of that is because of drugs and because of gun violence. But my question to you, Hillary, if I can call you that.
Or you can call me Val.
Or Val. Is my question I'm so excited to ask you is, last week a reporter asked Dr. Ben Carson one question, and that question was, as President of the United States, what would you do in advance to assist the folks of a horrible event like Hurricane Joaquin? And he kept it very short and succinct, and his three-word answer was, I don't know. Along with that, as you said, last week, a reporter asked Jeb Bush what he thought about the tragedy in Oregon. And he kept it even shorter, as you said. And his response to that horrific tragedy was, stuff happens. I would like to know from you, like you'd explain to this audience and to the nation, why those would not have been your responses, and why, as President of the United States, you are ready to lead from day one.
Thank you. Well, you know, let's take the natural disaster question first, because Hurricane Joaquin was on everyone's mind. Thankfully, it didn't hit as hard as they feared, although South Carolina is getting battered with terrible torrential rains. I think one of the most important decisions any new president has is who's going to run FEMA and who's going to be prepared to work with cities, states, and the national government to get prepared for incoming natural disasters, to get pre-positioned the equipment and the food and the experts that you're going to need to be able to help people. And I will take that very seriously, looking for someone who has real hands-on experience, not from a 30,000 feet flying over it, but who's been there, who has had to go in and figure out what to do to help people evacuate, what needed to be done to try to do as much as possible to help people save their homes but not stay in their homes. There's just a lot of hard-won wisdom. And because of climate change, we are seeing an increased number of weather events, all over the world, not just in our country. And we need a mapping project. Here I'll give you a perfect example of why I disagree so profoundly with the current Republicans. We already heard the letter from Ronald Reagan. I told you about President George H.W. Bush. But the current Republicans in the Congress are trying to cut dramatically the money the federal government puts into weather forecasting. And to me, that is so, what's that old saying, penny wise, pound foolish. We've got to have the best possible weather forecasting, not only for agriculture and, everyday occurrences, but also to get ahead of, natural disasters and events like big storms. So I will appoint good people. I will look across the government to figure out what we need to do better so we have excellent communication with states and local governments, and that we keep people well informed so that they can make good decisions for themselves, and that we move really quickly to come in after something has happened, because we can't stop the weather, we know that, but to be really ready to get in there to help the cleanup and the recovery. And I think that people need to be empowered to help themselves too. I'm a little worried that sometimes the federal government's message is don't do anything till we get there. That's not my message. Help each other. Help fix the problems. Help work and take pictures and record things, because people are afraid to do that, because then they say, I want to get some help from the disaster assistance funding, and they're told, well, you should have left it alone. No, you shouldn't leave it alone. You should be out there helping your neighbors. You should be out there. And, my goodness, everybody in the world has a cell phone. Keep a record of it, so then when the federal government, FEMA, Small Business Administration, others show up, you can say, here's what we had right after the storm. Here's what we've been doing to clean up. Here's what we've spent on, plywood and boarding and the big vacuums to clean up the dirt and all of that. I'm very hands-on, very practical, very let's get it done, and that's how I would view this. Oh my goodness. Yes, this young lady right there.
I was just gonna say, it has nothing to do with the weather, so I was just but by the time I go to college, what would you like the United States to be like?
Oh, that's a great question. Well, can I ask you how old you are right now? 10. Okay, so I've got a little time, but not a lot. Well, first of all, I want it to truly be the country we all love and cherish, and that has given so much to every one of us who is here in this room today, and that still holds out that same promise to you, that if you work hard and you do your part, you will be able to get ahead, stay ahead, and pursue your dreams. That's what I want for every young person in our country. And that means we got to get the economy working better so that it produces more jobs with rising incomes. And I have a lot to say about that, but it's really critical because I want you to feel like whatever you choose to do, you're going to be part of this great country of ours. I want the education system, it sounds like it's working pretty well for you. I want it to work for everybody, and particularly starting with our youngest kids to get them off to a better start so that they can be successful in school. And I want college to be affordable for you, so we got to get the cost down. And, you know, I've outlined what I call the New College Compact to do just that, because I just don't want to see young people with ambition, talent, a good work ethic not be able to either start school or finish school because it's too expensive and they can't afford it. We have got to deal with that, and we've got to, you know, get the cost down so that people don't go into debt. And I know that this is a problem in New Hampshire, and we have to refinance the debt that people have so they can be more free to pursue their own interests, and they can actually move out of their parents' home and maybe rent or buy one and get on with their lives. And you know, with healthcare, I want us to have more and more people who have insurance so that they have quality, affordable health care. And I want us to deal with the big substance abuse epidemic so that we begin to turn the tide on heroin and pills and other addictions that are ruining people's lives. And going back to the gun discussion, we've got to have more treatment for mental health, and we have to figure out how to help more people get the treatment, assuming it is available. And I want the world to be safer. I want the world that you will become an adult in to still be led by the United States, because there is no alternative. The United States, if we don't lead, nobody leads. You have a vacuum. And that vacuum is filled by a lot of bad actors, including terrorist groups who will take advantage of their neighbors and eventually even threaten us. And I want to protect our rights, our civil rights, our human rights, gay rights, women's rights. I want to protect the rights of Americans. And so we have a lot of work to do, and I can't possibly, even as president, do all of that. This has to be done by everybody working together, everybody standing up for the kind of country that we want to live in, that we want to see for our children. And, you know, I'm a grandmother, as maybe you know. And I will just say this. I'm the granddaughter of a factory worker. You know, my grandfather worked in the Scranton lace mills in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and he worked really hard. And he did it to support his family, and he did it so that his sons would have a better life, and they did. All three of his sons actually ended up going to college, and my dad started a small business, and it was really small, but it provided a really good middle-class life for us. And then here I am, third generation, asking all of you to elect me president. I mean, that is the American story, and I will do whatever I can, as will my husband, to help our granddaughter have the best possible life. But you know what? That's not enough. It's not enough, and that's what I want people to understand. You shouldn't have to be the granddaughter of a former president or Secretary of State to believe you can fulfill your dreams in our country. You should be able to be the granddaughter of a factory worker or the grandson of a truck driver and have that same opportunity. So every single day, I'm going to wake up in the White House and I'm going to say to myself, what am I going to do today to make sure every child in this country has a chance to live up to his or her God-given potential? That is my mission. Yes, right there. Yeah. Here, I'll give you my microphone.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my question. And you are right. Every day or every week we are hearing in the news about children dying on the streets or in their schools at the hands of strangers with guns. We are also hearing about children dying in their homes by the hands of their caregivers. We're seeing child poverty continue to increase as children slip through the shredded safety nets. And we're hearing from college professors and employers that young people are coming to them not ready to learn or prepared for 21st century jobs. So as president, what policies would you look to move forward in your first 100 days to protect our children and prepare them for their future?
Thank you. Well, sadly, her question really points to what's been happening in our country, where over the last 10 years, because of the Great Recession, because of the huge loss of jobs and wealth that people had built up before 2007, 2008, poverty is on the increase. Today, 51% of the children in our public schools are eligible for lower reduced cost or free lunches. And we were on a good path, may I say, in the 90s. We were on a good path to lift more people out of poverty. And by lifting families out of poverty, you help to lift children out of poverty. And we are going to have to redouble our efforts to do all of that again. I give President Obama enormous credit for digging us out of the deep ditch that he was in when the Republicans left. And there are a number of things we have to do. The top of the list is more jobs, raise the minimum wage so people who work full-time are not still living in poverty and they can provide a better life for their children. More jobs in general, and there are a lot of great projects. We have a lot of roads and bridges and rail track and airports and ports and everything else in our country that is deteriorating, and it needs to be built up, maintained, so that we're more competitive economically, and that would put millions of people to work. And I think we can combat climate change by more clean energy jobs, which would be millions of jobs and businesses if we shifted the incentives that are still in the tax code and other parts of our government for fossil fuels to wind and solar and advanced biofuels. We would be ahead on the climate change front, and we would be putting people to work. And we're already seeing that in some parts of our country. We just need to do it all the way across. I think people who work for corporations should be able to share in the profits, not just the CEOs, but everybody up and down the line in those companies. Very much like Market Basket, a place that you all know because they now have profit sharing for their employees. I think we need to do more to support small business, which creates 60% of the jobs in America, and right now we're behind in small business creation and growth. We used to be number one. We're now not even the top 10. So I want to do more credit, get rid of regulations and licensing and the barriers that stand in the way for people to start their business like my dad did and be able to provide a good middle-class life. And once we get the economy moving again, then we can turn our attention to how we can be good partners with families with children. So here are some of my thoughts, and I've worked in this area for a very long time. First and foremost, we have to keep them safe and free from violence by strangers or those within their own homes and families. We also need to help kids who may not have the opportunities that many of our kids and my grandchild has to get ahead, and that means you have to have early childhood education. And it's not just it's not just a nice thing to do. If you don't prepare kids their first 5 years, when they get to school, they will be behind. There will be an achievement gap. And then it's really hard for the kid and the family and the school to close that gap. And I happen to think talent is everywhere, but I don't think opportunity is. And I don't know what we're losing because we have poor kids who are not given a chance to really get off to a good start, whose brains are not being, stimulated the way that will help them get a vocabulary so that they can be successful in school. So I think the early childhood piece of this is very important. Healthcare is essential. I helped to start the Children's Health Insurance Program back in the 90s, which takes care of 8 million kids. And that's why I find states that don't want to expand Medicaid to be really missing the boat. We need to have people healthy. How can we have a competitive economy if they can't get their basic health needs met? And that's particularly true for kids. my first job out of law school was with the Children's Defense Fund, and we would go into areas, into schools, and kids couldn't see, and we stopped having school nurses, we stopped testing their eyesight. I found out that I couldn't see in 4th grade because I didn't know I couldn't see. So my mother would, of course, taken me to find out, but I didn't know. I thought the world was just a big impressionist painting, and I just got up really close to the TV set. So then we had an eye exam in school, and I found out, oh my gosh, I really can't see. Well, there's so many kids who are not getting those basic health needs met. That also holds them back. And then, of course, once we're in school, I think we should start respecting teachers again who are actually in the classroom with the kids and try to help them help the children. And then I literally could go on all day. I'll just say one more thing. We now have a hunger problem again. A lot of us thought that was behind us. We have both a hunger and a nutrition problem. We have maybe not the kind of hunger that turns people into what is obviously physical malnutrition, but we don't have adequate nutrition in a lot of neighborhoods and communities, and we don't have a lot of families who understand how to best feed their kids, because what they can afford is not necessarily good for their kids, but it's affordable. So so we need to do more work on this to get back to where there isn't that sense of either hunger or poor nutrition that can really affect a child's development. So this is something I would do as president, but I would ask everybody to help me do, because there's work to be done in every community, including Manchester. Yeah, the gentleman in the blue shirt right there.
Hello. I guess I'm wondering what we're going to do about mental health in this country. I think it's come up so much with substance abuse to various shootings to, what was the other one? Oh yeah, just the general state of our lack of funding towards all of the service providers out there. And I think that this all happened after we deinstitutionalized mental health and we had a promise to fund it, but we never did. How are you going to change that?
Well, you are absolutely right. Some of you remember that, right? Back in the 1980s, we had a lot of debate over big institutions where people were housed, but in many cases they were warehoused. And the result of a lot of investigations which showed how people were not being adequately cared for was to shut down a lot of the institutions. At the same time, those who were worried about what would happen to people if there were no place for them were guaranteed we'd have funding and community alternatives for mental health. So we shut down the institutions, by and large, and we never really invested what we should in mental health alternatives. That's going to be something that I push very hard, because you mentioned gun violence, which is something that is often directly related to mental health problems. The addiction issue. A lot of people with mental health challenges are self-medicating with alcohol and drugs. So then they have a dual problem that has to be addressed. So I think as we move forward with the Affordable Care Act, we have to enforce the decision that was made that people with physical health and mental health will get treatment. But right now, a lot of insurance companies, a lot of states, a lot of businesses are not providing the kind of support you need for mental health. When somebody is either convinced or decides to seek mental health problems, they very often are told, well, we have no place for you, come back in 6 weeks or 3 months, and who knows what will happen. So you know where most people now who are presenting with mental health problems show up? They're in our jails and our prisons. And it's understandable, because they're a harm to themselves or to others. They often act out in a way that draws attention of law enforcement. And in most places in the country, there's nowhere else for them to go, so they're put in jail. And they may be held there for a long time without any treatment. And then they end up in prison, and they're still not getting adequate treatment. The other point I want to say about this is, because We have overprescribed painkillers, the opioids. We have a lot of people who've gotten very addicted to them. And that creates a mental strain on top of whatever other problems you might have. And so we now have a lot of people who have to try to withdraw. And we have about 23 million people who are addicted in America. So when they go for help, only 1 in 10 can get it. So you've got this real double whammy. People with mental health problems aren't getting help. People with addiction and substance abuse problems are not getting help. And you've got to figure out how we take resources and treat both people simultaneously, because too often they become interconnected, and then we have a real problem. So I pledge to you, I'm going to do everything I can, more facilities, more trained people, more insurance coverage, more revenue. So. Oh, okay. Well, you can call up everybody. That got my attention. Yeah, Lou told me we only have time for one more question. Here you go.
Yes, a man who lives next door to here, his name's Sanders, I think. He has an idea about sending kids to college for free, as he thinks they do in Europe. It's not actually free, but do you have a plan that would sort of make him back down a little bit on this?
Well, I'll speak for myself. He is certainly more than capable of speaking for himself. And we're going to have a debate in about, I guess, 8 days. So we'll have a chance. We'll have a chance to contrast. But I want you, if you're interested in this issue, and I think everybody is, how we get college more affordable and how we refinance student debt. Go to my website, hillaryclinton.com, and it's called the New College Compact. But very briefly, I do have a different approach. First of all, and my approach has been thankfully endorsed by a lot of people, because I think what it does is address the many aspects of this problem. First, we got to get the cost of college down. Colleges and universities have to quit raising tuition and costs on students and families. And so if all we do is to say we're going to have free college, but we don't really put pressure on the colleges and the universities to lower the cost, you're going to continue to see costs going up, and then the cost of the, quote, free college will continue to go up. That, to me, is unsustainable. So first and foremost, I want colleges and universities looking at how many administrators they need, how many buildings they need, how many different courses are no longer really relevant. I mean, let's take a hard look at what we're doing on campus, get those costs down so we can keep tuition down. Secondly, I have said that the federal government, I have a plan, $350 billion over 10 years, so about $35 billion a year, where we would match for every dollar that the state would put into making college more affordable for their students, we would match them 4 to 1. But they would have to agree on some of these changes in public colleges and universities to get that money. And then if you choose a public college or university, I will make it possible for you to go without borrowing money for tuition, but I will expect something from you. Like, for example, 10 hours of work a week. I worked when I was in college. I worked when I was in law school. And I want young people to know this is an important value. And yes, you have to work for it. But it will be for a public college or university possible to not borrow money for tuition. Now, for living expenses, I will make it possible for the Pell Grants to be used for living expenses, because what happens now is that young people who get a Pell Grant, they often find it doesn't even cover tuition anymore. So we'll deal with the tuition side in the public college and the university. And then we'll deal with the living expense side. And if you do have to borrow money, it will be with a low interest rate, and I will forgive loans to people who do public service jobs after a period of time. So what, and I have to tell you, I don't think college should be free for Donald Trump's children. right? I think people who are well off should have to pay for college. I'm interested in the middle class and working people and poor kids who deserve to have a better shot at going to college and graduating. And you know, I feel strongly that when you already have debt, and who has student debt still? Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. We have 40 million people in America with student debt. And what I want is to refinance all that student debt. Because right now, if you have a home mortgage or you're making car payments, you can refinance it. We forbid you from refinancing the student debt. And at the event I did earlier in Hollis, there was a young woman way in the back who said her interest rate is 12%. And so I want us to refinance it, and I want to provide everybody the chance to pay back their loans as a percentage of their income. So, you know, if you're a firefighter or a school principal or you're a social worker or a police officer, whatever you're doing that you want to do, but you're not making a lot of money, you're not going to have to pay back at that high interest rate. You're going to be able to pay back at about 10% of your income. That's what, when I got out of law school and I went to work for the Children's Defense Fund, I didn't go to a big law firm. I went to work for a nonprofit because I wanted to work on behalf of kids. And so I was lucky enough that the university at that time offered me the chance to pay it back as a percentage. So both, you know, Bill and I had loans, and he was a law professor. After CDF, I became a law professor. We were making, as I recall, like $14,000, $17,000 a year, and we were paying back our loans by what we could afford. And so I want this to be, as I say, a compact, where people do their part. Obviously, young people have to do their part. Families have to do what they can afford to do. Colleges have to pitch in and get those costs down. And the federal government will partner with states. Now, if a state...
important pieces to add to our Kasich for America team today. I'm proud to turn it over now to Peter Thompson. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, John. Way too much, but thank you.
It's all true.
I had the honor of serving as Chief of Staff, my father, former Governor Thompson, where I firsthand the qualities necessary to be an effective and conservative leader. I have had the privilege of getting to know Governor Kasich, and I've reviewed his improvements record in Ohio, where he cut taxes, created jobs, balanced budgets. He was able to accomplish these great things all while living out one of my father's famous mottos: people above politics. And by doing so, he has remained extremely popular in his home state, Ohio. Looking over the field of candidates running for president, there is no candidate in my mind more aligns with my father's record of fiscal restraint, cutting taxes, creating jobs, and that is why I'm endorsing Governor John Kasich to be the next president of the United States. And now I will turn things over to Senator Humphrey.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor always to be with members of the Thompson family. Milgram Thompson is revered to this day, respected and revered as one of the great conservative governors of our state and among the governors of the United States. It's my pleasure and honor this morning to join Senator John Sununu and Peter Thompson and so many other public officials and private citizens around the state in extending my endorsement to Governor John Kasich of Ohio in his campaign for the office of president. And I'm extending more than just my endorsement, let me say. I'm extending my trust. And I think that's the key word here. I trust John Kasich because I know him from Washington. I admired and liked him in those days during the Reagan Revolution, if you will. And I've followed him since, and I've admired his record in Ohio, where he's now in his second term an acclaimed record of success, may I say. I would sum up John with 3 C's, John Kasich with 3 C's. Pardon me if I'm a little familiar, but we are colleagues from times of old, foxhole buddies, if you will, Reagan warriors. 3 C's, character, competence and experience, and conservative principles and conservative record. 3 C's. I think we all know by now that John grew up in Beaver Falls, Pennsylvania. And probably most of us have been to Beaver Falls, right? I mean, you can hardly miss Beaver Falls if you're, for example, paddling your canoe up the Beaver River. It's right there. I mean, you can't miss it unless you blink at the wrong moment. So, you know, these little towns, these modest towns, humble towns, raise great men. I was actually in Beaver Falls once for 3 days. You don't know this, John. I was stuck there in a snowstorm, a blizzard. And it's a nice place. And it reminds me of another town I visited 2 years ago out in Illinois, Dixon, Illinois. That's Ronald Reagan's boyhood hometown. And these little modest, humble towns raise great men. And here's one with us today, very Reagan-like, I think, in character and background and philosophy as well. In Beaver Falls, you can't help but feel the goodness of the people, the honesty, the sincerity, the empathetic nature, the strength of their faith, the hard work and the trust and the optimism and the hopefulness for the future. These are great American traits. They're what made our country great. And one can't grow up in such a town without being imbued with those character traits, and they describe John Kasich to a T.
Hear, hear.
That's his character, and that's why we who know him feel a very great affection, not just a liking, but a very great affection for the man and an admiration and respect. So there's character, there's competence. Name me one other candidate who's been both a governor, in this case of the 7th largest state in the United States, and one that was in a real mess when he was elected, and in the Congress of the United States. Name one candidate in the Republican race who has both an extensive background in serving in the executive and the legislative branches of government. We need a president who is competent. We need a president with experience who can get the job done, or John likes to say, who can land the airplane. We really do. These are dangerous times. There are storm clouds on every horizon. We have uncivilized barbarians trying to spread a dark cloud over much of the Middle East. We have a new Hitler rampaging through Ukraine. We have problems aplenty. We have an assertive and ever more arrogant Chinese military to deal with in the Pacific. We need a president who is competent, who has the character and the competence to get the job done. And we need a president who sincerely embraces conservative principles. In shorthand, with John Kasich as president, we're going to shrink the federal government, trim the federal government down to size, and return power and the funding to exercise the authority to our state legislators here in Concord and Columbus and all across this country. It's time to trim Washington down to size, and I trust John Kasich will be the man to do that. It's time to rebuild our defenses and to enunciate a clear and a bold and a principled foreign policy, and I trust John Kasich to do that. It's time to reform education and give parents and school boards the authority to innovate and to have control at the local level, returning these programs and their funding from Washington. And I trust John Kasich to do that. And I trust him to trim the federal budget, as he did as the chairman of the House Budget Committee, producing the first balanced budgets in 29 years while he was chairman, or soon thereafter. And I trust him to maintain his strong pro-life record that he has compiled in Congress and in the State House in Columbus. And I trust him to uphold the Second Amendment, which he has enunciated and so clearly and upheld so faithfully over the years. These and so many more conservative policies and programs and goals I entrust into the care of John Kasich, and I wish him well and hope so very much for his election. Governor Kasich.
Well, this is a big deal to have Gordon Humphrey and, of course, Peter Thompson. I think Gordon really kind of said it clearly. Washington needs a dramatic change. And when you look at the people that we surround ourselves with Gordon Humphrey and advice from Peter Thompson, and of course the hard work and the brilliance, literally, of John Sununu, we're building a team of people, because that's what it takes, to transform our nation, to shift power, money, and influence from Washington back to where we all live. Gordon, is an amazing guy. 12 years. He was the Taxpayers Friend Award from the National Taxpayers Union. He said when he went to Washington he would serve 2 terms. He didn't make an excuse to serve 3 terms. He kept his word. He said 2 terms and I'm leaving. But leaving didn't mean he didn't stay totally engaged in the conservative movement. And he's right. We share a lot of the culture of the great old Reagan days, where we used government as a last resort, not as a first resort, where we believed in strengthening the economy by reducing taxes, rebuilding our military, and also engaging in massive reform, which is precisely what Gordon did and what I've done all of my career, not just in Washington, but in Ohio as well. And, I think the thing that people don't understand, when you balance a federal budget, when you reform the Pentagon and rebuild it, when you balance Ohio's budget and turn the economy around, it's an earthquake in many ways. Because the kind of change, the scale of change you have to bring, frankly, is breathtaking. And one thing we know about bringing about this change, you better know what you're doing, and secondly, you better not be nervous about how you stand in public opinion polls. Because in the beginning, it's tough. But you have to have a program, and you have to carry it out, and you can show no favorites, and you have to keep in mind the strength of America's economy, because when you strengthen economies and you create jobs, you strengthen families, and you dramatically help children in our country. Peter Thompson, what can I tell you? I mean, I've known about Meldrum Thompson, read about him in history books. He's was an incredible guy, and Peter was there. And here's what I wanted you all to know. I worked with John Sununu back in the days when we were both in the House. Unbeknownst to me, John had been watching me for a long time. And when I came here deciding whether I was going to run for president, John Sununu, as I say, and he doesn't like me to say it, embarrasses him, he said, "You have to do it, and I'll do anything I can to help you." That's kind of breathtaking for me. Peter Thompson, he and his brother and I sat down, and they grilled me for a while, and then he's watched me for a long time. And then he came to the conclusion he wanted to help. That's pretty amazing. But let me tell you about Gordon Humphrey. I've had 17 town hall meetings, and I think he's been at 15 of them.
Just checking.
He stood in the back, and Gordon didn't wake up one day, fall out of bed, and say, I'm going to be for John Kasich. Gordon and I have had many exchanges. He's watched the questions and answers at the town halls, and he's passionate about a lot of issues. He mentioned a number of them, none of which he feels more strongly about than supporting the people of the Ukraine. Just yesterday, I was in McKees Rocks, and I looked across catty corner to where I grew up, and there was a house where a man was a broadcaster, and he broadcast to the captive nations during the entire time that the Soviets had their thumb and their ruthless rule on people in Eastern Europe. And that man would go on the radio every week, and he would talk about the Ukrainians and what they had suffered and what they had put up with. And so when Gordon talked to me about the Ukraine, he wasn't only talking to me about an issue, he was touching a nerve deep inside of me. And to me, it's kind of flabbergasting that the United States of America sits on the sideline as a bully, a dictator, Vladimir Putin, tries to put his thumb on those Ukrainian people. I'm president. They're not going to get away with it, Gordon.
Good.
That's not the way we should behave as Americans. And this morning, I would like to call on the President of the United States and the leadership in the Congress of the United States to create sanctuaries, safe havens in Syria, perhaps along the Jordanian border, perhaps along the border with Turkey, where we would create no-fly zones, sanctuaries for people and their families, for mom and dad and their children to be able to go to be safe, where they don't have to leave and cross waters in unsafe boats to try to figure out how to live a better life in another part of the world where they would love to stay in their own home country of Syria. I believe that these no-fly zones and sanctuaries, and to have a sanctuary you need a no-fly zone. And I will tell you that if anybody were to enter that no-fly zone, which the United States would erect, you enter that no-fly zone, you enter at your own peril. No more red lines, no more looking the other way. We will create no-fly zones, and if any aircraft should enter that, any hostile aircraft should enter that, there will be a great consequence to them. We believe that, I believe that the Kurds, the Turks, and the Jordanians can be involved in maintaining order in those sanctuaries and the no-fly zones which the United States would create. At the same time, should ISIS attempt to move into those sanctuaries, then a coalition of forces should automatically repel an attack. And that force can include the countries that I've mentioned, perhaps the Saudis as well, and the United States, including with boots on the ground. And we would ask our European friends and allies to join us, see if they would participate with us. But we can also be involved in a regional effort to make sure that we can unite those forces of civilization to not only repel ISIS, but to create sanctuaries and safe zones for the people and the families that live in Syria. And not even blink twice in our efforts at the same time to remove Assad from office. No more dickering, no more delay, no more negotiation. He has to go. Now, you know, the problem is, I can say all this today. I don't think the administration, frankly, will agree. But they ought to agree, and they ought to move, because the longer we look at the void that America has created in this world, the more chaos we have. And the time has come for the United States to act. The whole world is just shakes their head at the fact that America has somehow just shrunken from their role. And for the president's press people, whoever they are, to try to compare the efforts that we need to make in Syria to destroy ISIS, to remove Assad, and to protect the people, and comparing that to some other military activity in another part of the world, or in that part of the world, including Iraq, just signifies the fact that this administration is unsophisticated. Maybe at times don't even understand the world. You know, in 18 months we're going to have a new president. I'm getting tired of standing still and realizing I'm going to have to deal with a hand of cards that's going to be dealt to me that will be extremely difficult to play. But we will play it. If the administration doesn't want to respond to this, then I would call upon John Boehner, Mitch McConnell, the leadership in the Congress, to say that this is a reasonable and effective plan to reassert ourselves in the part of the world where we're desperately needed. That being said, let me just go back and reaffirm one more time how proud I am to have received an endorsement from a man of the stature of Gordon Humphrey. He has spent his entire lifetime promoting conservative principles, shrinking government, innovating government, empowering people, not ignoring the problems that people have, but being willing, as a great former airline pilot, to navigate the currents, to figure out a better way to fly his route, and to land planes safely, and to be highly thought of in his profession as a man of great intelligence, a man of great character, and a man who represents great change. Thank you all.
Okay. My pleasure.
You can take a couple questions.
Okay.
Governor, it strikes me that what you call on for Congress and the President to create these safe havens in Syria, with Russia currently engaging in airstrikes in Syria as well.
Russia should never attempt to enter a no-fly zone that the United States would establish. We're not interested in military cooperation in Syria with Russia. Their only interest is in propping up their puppet Assad, who frankly has been engaged in, in acts that probably ought to be taken before The Hague. The use of barrel bombs, chlorine. You know, the red line that was violated put us in a position of where, again, we sowed so much doubt in the region. But I'm not interested in military cooperation with the Russians. They use the pretext of ISIS to go in and bomb rebels who are trying to remove Assad. I would just suggest to the Russians, when America establishes a no-fly zone, do not fly into the no-fly zone. If I were President of the United States, I would establish no-fly zones, and I would warn the world, do not violate the no-fly zone. You enter that no-fly zone, that you're going to have to accept the consequences. Because we're not going to look the other way if I'm President of the United States. And it is not the way we ought to behave as a nation today.
Governor, is there a model of no-fly zones that you look to that's worked in the past that informed your decision today, and a case where they made the situation better on the ground?
Well, look, I don't think we have any choice, but we do have a choice. We can look the other way. The critical nature of a no-fly zone, if it's violated, you don't have a red line and exert weakness. Yes, a no-fly zone can be very, very effective if it's enforced. And look, we have looked at this for a long period of time. And people who have talked to me about this said, well, if you create a no-fly zone and somebody violates it, you're going to have to enforce it. I said, well, why would we create one? Gordon Humphrey talks about where I grew up. I mean, in all the burgs in western Pennsylvania, whether it's a great place like Beaver Falls or whether it's McKees Rocks, let me tell you, when we say something, we mean something. And we've got to do something to protect the people of that country. This can be very effective. A coalition can bring unity to people who have been uncertain about how they should participate. The Peshmerga fighters, the Jordanians, the Turks, they all have a stake and a role, and it can all work in their best interest to be able to cooperate with us in those sanctuaries, with us providing the no-fly zone. And if ISIS should invade there, if ISIS should try to spread their tentacles into that, then military action on the ground will likely be required.
And one more.
Governor, would you be open to increasing the defense budget or returning Pentagon budget levels to what they were before the Budget Control Act was in place?
Well, look, what we need to do is clearly we need to rebuild the Pentagon. We need to rebuild the defense. But at the same time we're rebuilding the defense, the Navy, the Air Force, all of the services, and providing the technology, including the cybersecurity that we all need as part of national defense, that building needs to be reformed. We have a problem with the Pentagon in terms of layers of bureaucracy, no line responsibilities, and if we put money into a building that is not being reformed, it means that the vital resources we need to support our men and women in uniform would be wasted, squandered. I just had a conversation yesterday with a person who was a high-level official inside the Pentagon who's a great friend of mine, and we talked about how you do this. You have to understand that reforming that building is extremely difficult. If you send somebody in that wants to beat the services and the civilians over the head, you're likely to get great resistance. If you send somebody in there who's too weak, you're unlikely to get reform. So you've got to find somebody and a group of people with a president that's constantly keeping his eye on that building to be able to make sure that the reform inside the building is going to result in a better application of resources to rebuild our military. That place can waste money like no other place on earth, and we have to get it fixed so that our men and women can have the resources that they need. Now, I think in the past, this has been stated. I think what has not happened is the President of the United States has not kept his eye on the needed reform there. See, I served for 18 years there and have been engaged in national security, working with people in the uniformed services and even out over the course of my time since I've left Congress. I was there after 9/11, and when the Secretary of Defense asked me to go in and meet with the former Secretaries of Defense in employing a strategy after 9/11. I took people from the Silicon Valley and Wall Street to try to contribute to strengthening our national security, and it made a real difference. But at the same time, once the bureaucracy started to grab a hold of this process, it died. We need to make sure that that building works as effectively and as efficiently as any corporation and company in this country, so that when we spend money, we get what we need and we get what we want without wasting money in bureaucracy, red tape, and delay. Plain and simple. And I'll give you one example. When the IEDs were killing our soldiers in Iraq, they undertook a program to create a vehicle that would be resistant to the roadside bombs. It took about a year to 2 years to deploy. Our typical weapon system now takes over 20 years to develop and deploy. It shouldn't take that long. It has never taken that long, but we have not reformed that building appropriately. But using common sense and a need to quickly rebuild, we can get it done. It's going to take more money, there's no question. But let's clean it up at the same time we're spending money.
Governor, Bush operatives going through your old files in Ohio, do you think that they're seeing you as a major threat now?
Well, you know, what was interesting to me is they're kind of bragging about being in my library. Now, I have a library in Westerville, at the Westerville Library. It's really cool. They kind of set up my old congressional office, and now they have material from me being governor and all that. And I love when people visit that library. I just never expected Bush people to be directed to that library, but they're saying they're having a lovely time. And I just hope when they're there they spend some money in Westerville. They're reporting that Westerville's a lovely city, so I'm really pleased about that. You know, I don't know. I would think that they're in there because they're getting nervous, but when you're trailing in places like New Hampshire, where John Sununu's built a great team, you know, and you're not doing so hot in other places, of course they're going to go looking around at who might be the mature adult who knows how to reform and fix things and be a leader rather than an administrator.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on this John Kasich event. Again, this took place on Friday in New Hampshire. Obviously, many presidential candidates trying to win over New Hampshire. We watched Hillary Clinton earlier in New Hampshire. We're going to switch states now and go to Iowa. Iowa is where Rick Santorum is today, and this is an event from this morning. Let's watch now.
And then turn it into biodiesel. We'll hit it with it's just basic chemistry. We'll hit it with phosphoric acid and caustic. It pulls out the heavy metals and you see all the little things that are floating around it, the phospholipids and all that stuff out. And then you get a refined oil. Our plant has the capacity of running on refined oil or crude oil. We have a pretreatment facility that will take the crude oil and refine it. I can buy refined oil, but the integrators, your Cargills, Adiums, and Bunge's don't like to sell refined oil because they make more money selling refined oil into edible food things. Now that the government's clamped down on trans fatty acids and what soy can and can't be used, and we're going to be their salvation for the soy crushers and what they do with their oil because we don't have any of those restrictions on it. Once you've cleaned it up to a refined oil, we then send it to the process side of the plant where they're going to hit it with methanol and catalyst. Our feedstock is our highest cost item. Then the second highest cost item is our methanol and our catalyst. They pull out all the soaps, the glycerin, all the things that would make your engine's performance not right, and pull that out and pull it into a thing called glycerin. And then we have biodiesel and glycerin. Those are the two main products that we make. Put 100 gallons of oil in, you're going to get about 90 gallons of biodiesel and 10 gallons of glycerin out. So we have about a 0.5%, once it's been refined oil, loss. And it's a pretty simple process. When you walk through the plant, we have a concrete barrier to the right of it. When we walk out there, you'll see a pre-treat facility. Just like it'll look like an ADM Cargill buggy, just like one of their oil crushing facilities. And then on the left side of the plant is the biodiesel side of the plant. A lot of giant stainless steel tanks and reactors.
Do you produce enough crude oil to use in your plant, or do you have to buy it?
We buy the oil. We don't crush any beans, so we buy.
You buy the crude oil.
We buy the crude oil.
We buy crude oil, we buy canola oil, we use animal fats from...
Animal fat from, this is cow's rendering, and then this is canola. Earlier this year, we couldn't buy soybean oil. There were not enough beans to be crushed in the local area. They could truck it in or rail car it in, but the cost to do that, we were cheaper to get it from Canada and North Dakota, crush plant up there, and bring oil in here. And we've been running on it since canola oil. And Europeans like it, but I would sell to Europe right now because of the extra $1.50 I have to pay.
We sold a
What's
lot
the
of
difference?
canola
Why do
oil
Europeans like canola and not like?
They like canola and tallow because they have one of their specific characteristics is got a low cloud point. This has a high cloud point.
I don't know what that means.
It's the point at which it starts to get cold and gel and it'll start to cloud up. And then tallow blends better for oxidative stability, I guess. Shelf life for in Europe. So if they're going to store it in a tank for years and years and years, they'll want this. These are what we call discriminating factors to keep soybean oil out. Soybean oil is in between these. So it has great cloud point, but doesn't have as good of oxidative stability as tallow does.
And what they do is, for soybean oil, like gasoline has an octane, like 87, 89. Diesel has the same thing. Our soybean oil limit is 47, and they know that. If we run 47, 48, so they raise their limit to 50. So that keeps us out. But canola and fats will be above that limit.
So that's one of the ways to keep the U.S. from sending biodiesel to Europe. But half of our biodiesel in the United States is made of soybean oil.
Well, there's a time at the beginning of the plant, we sent a lot of product, canola oil, to Europe, shipped to Baltimore and over to Europe.
Baltimore, Houston, I would say 2007 and 8, every ounce of biodiesel we made went to Europe. And pretty much everything we make these days either goes to Phoenix or Chicago. Phoenix, warmer weather climate, they can put it in the pipeline and send it to the Southwest. And Chicago, because Illinois has a higher tax credit for blending biofuel into diesel, anything that's blended above a B11 blend, I believe, saves them roughly 17 cents a gallon off of taxes that they don't have to pay. So a trucker, that's pretty good little incentive to fuel up in long roads. So, and I'm giving you some stats there on the economy. It's not just an Iowa thing. There are biodiesel plants all over the United States. The GDP numbers are pretty extensive there. And I've got highlighted there for you just in Iowa alone. And you're talking 4,400 jobs, $286 million in household income. This facility would pay $1.5 million in salaries and wages for the 24 employees that we have. So these are not low-paying jobs. These are pretty good-paying jobs.
What's the diesel fuel market in the United States, Tom?
Rough.
90 billion?
The total market's about 56 billion gallons.
And we're making about 2 billion gallons now.
Right.
So we're 3 to 4% of the total market. And what percent of the total market could we be?
If you put it just over the road fuel, we're not even blending at 4%. So.
All right, guys, I'm going to interrupt this Rick Santorum event that we recorded from earlier this morning because I'm going to take you live to Woodbridge, New Jersey, where a police standoff is underway. We don't have a lot of information right now. Again, Fox New York is sending this to us right now live police standoff in Woodbridge, New Jersey. All right, guys, again, we don't have much information. We know this is a live police standoff in Woodbridge, New Jersey. I did a quick Twitter search, and according to Scanner News in New Jersey, this is in Woodbridge at mobile homes, a barricaded subject pointing a gun at police. That tweet came out about 17 minutes ago. There isn't a lot more information available right now, but I'm going to work to get some information for you guys, okay? All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this because we're going live to Oregon where we're getting an update from Roseburg. Let's go ahead and listen in now.
Know that there's at least one injured student who's already come back on campus, and I really applaud her bravery. We have a lot of support system in place for our students and our faculty. This is the period of time when we're asking them what they need, what we can provide, so that by next Monday when classes start, they will be ready and they'll be equipped to do what we want them all to do. Right now, they're re-engaging with one another. They're having small staff meetings. They're reacquainting themselves with whether they want to be in certain office spaces or whether they want to be relocated. They're collecting their belongings. There's just a lot of regrouping that needs to happen. I have full faith that our faculty and staff are going to be superb next Monday. What we do is we handle lots of students who have lots of needs, and that's what community college faculty and staff do all over the country. And I'm sure that we will be back and ready to be what we need to be by Monday. Maybe not by Tuesday, maybe not by Wednesday, but by Monday we're going to be ready to go. Let me see. We have many professional groups on campus who are providing support for us, many various agencies and organizations. And so representing those groups today is Dr. Christine Seals, and I would like her to say a few words to you. She is with the Umpqua Health Alliance, the Community Health Alliance, and they're providing support to our staff and community right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This has been an unbelievable tragedy, and there is an overwhelming amount of suffering in our community. Today I've watched as we've had an outpouring of community support. We have agencies from all over the state, all over the country that have joined us to provide trauma support to our faculty, staff, students, families, and our victims and their families and individuals that have been impacted. I am the parent of one of the students here at Umpqua Community College. As a parent, I have watched today as parents, families, and friends bring their students back to this campus. I can think of no better way to honor our victims and those students here at this campus than to support education in our community. We clearly believe that education is of high value. It is one of my patients whose son was killed in the tragedy. I can think of no better way to honor and support her family, to honor and support victims than to support our education system. Today and throughout the week, we will be providing services, honoring and supporting in the Student Center. We've had an outpouring of individuals that have come to share, communicate, talk, and are finding that that support has been very, very helpful. What I want to remind everybody today is that alone, like a single pencil, we can be broken. Together, like a bunch of pencils, we are strong. Our students and faculty today are stronger as they come together and share. Thank you.
Next, I am privileged to introduce one of our faculty, Jan Woodcock. She is a professor of social sciences and humanities, and I'd like her to say a few words, please.
The faculty at Umpqua Community College would like to express our deep gratitude for the outpouring of love and support being offered to us. We join our prayers, our broken hearts, our strength, and our resolve with every other community college teacher in this country and beyond who knows what an honor it is to teach and learn with our students. To our fellow staff members, we are together in this, and we will help each other find the courage and resilience to move forward with our students. To our students, we offer you the best of our intellect, our hearts, and our devotion. We will learn some things with you this year that were not on the syllabus. We don't know exactly what that will look like yet, but we will learn about it together as we move forward. We didn't think it was possible to love and respect you and your journeys more than we already did, but as it turns out, we can actually be wrong sometimes. We are with you in this, and we are here for you. You are as great a gift to us as we could ever imagine. And to our 9, your lives have gone far from our classroom. I'm good. Your lives have gone far from our classrooms now. Your names are known by millions who celebrate the light you have brought to our world. As your dreams take flight with you now, know that they will also live on in us and with all of those who love you. We carry you with us always, your faculty.
I actually hadn't heard those words until you did, and I'm very moved by them. I'm also very proud of our faculty for composing them and meaning them, and I'm particularly delighted that she used a mini pad to show just how technologically savvy we all are. Here I am with, a scratched up piece of paper. So, again, I'd like to thank those in the community, and I'd like to thank those in the faculty and those in law enforcement, all the people that are just right here in this little patio who have come to help us. One specific example that might be interesting to you is a group of our neighbors from the neighborhood arranged for comfort dogs, which came here this morning. You will be seeing them later on your tour. They come from various states. They each have their own business card with their name and their picture, and they're available for petting for people in stress. So I plan to visit them often. We know that the community is worried about us. We really understand that through all the ways that they are communicating with us. We know they're worried. And we know we've been hurt really badly, but we are really strong, and we are really tough, and we're going to get through this, even though I don't seem like it right this moment. We've set up a tribute area in the Swanson Amphitheater. That's available this week for students and staff to leave remembrances and tributes. You'll be taken there on your tour. By next week, it will be more open, but right now it's just for our family. Let me see. There's been talk about a vigil. There's a lot of interesting questions coming in from the community about a vigil. The student leaders are planning the vigil and what the ceremonies will be like. I've seen the first draft of their plans, and I think it's going to be phenomenal, but it's not going to happen this week. There's been some erroneous information out in the community, and we want to make sure you help us correct that. It will not be this week. We are waiting for the families to have their time saying farewell to their loved ones before we overlay that with an activity that's similar. I believe this is time when we're open for questions.
We've got about 5 minutes for questions.
Dr. David, what will security look like next week, and is the plan remaining the same that we're going to have one unarmed security guard going forward here at UCC?
I really can't answer that right now. I think our support staff has been working with local law enforcement to look at what security is going to be like the rest of this week and next week, and that's something that's in flux.
I was wondering if Dr. Woodcock could describe where you were when the shooting took place, and if you went into lockdown mode, and if any drill training you've done in the past came in handy?
Yes, the drill training came in very handy. I was in my office 15, 20 minutes before class started, and another professor came down and said, lockdown, active shooter on campus, not a drill. So I thought, okay, what do we do? This office is secure. I should probably go check on my students and bring them here. So I, of course, went to check on my students, and they were doing exactly what they were supposed to be doing, quiet, in the corner, and I thought, I'm not going anywhere, so of course I'm going to sit with my students. And so they were fabulous, calm, great, responsible, respectful to each other. A little stressed here and there, but there was plenty of time that we were in lockdown, 2.5 hours or so, so we had time to, in our building. Other ones we released a little later than that and others sooner. So they were great, and we took care of each other. And then we started to get some news eventually. If you're sitting there for a while, you might as well check your phone. And some of them heard news from Denmark that there was a shooting drill because they had a foreign exchange student that was getting the news nationwide. And, we kind of started to figure out it's kind of a big deal. Somebody had an app on their cell phone that's a scanner app, so eventually we could kind of tell what people were doing and where they were coming. And maybe this is TMI, but some people had to go to the bathroom during that time. And so decided 4 at a time, let's go together. And we were on the upper end of campus, so it felt secure as that can be. And it was nice to have the phones there giving us information, although it was a bit of a surprise to find out what a big deal.
So you were quite a distance from Snyder?
It's not a very big campus, but 4 buildings away, 5. I don't teach math, sorry.
Can you tell us the name of that building?
I was in Jackson Hall.
Thank you. Couple more questions.
So we have a 97-acre campus, and a lot of it is grass. And so the buildings are clustered, so when she's saying Jackson was close to Snyder, it's pretty close. The other thing, and maybe it is TMI, but I've been at lockdowns at other colleges, and the big issue is always the potty break. So that's part of lockdown.
Can you talk a little bit about the decision or the discussion that went on a year ago around security? What prompted it to come up and have that discussion in the first place?
I've been here since June 17th, so I probably wouldn't be able to do that from my own experience. So I'm not comfortable answering the question. If I'd been there, I would have answered it for you, but I'm just picking up where they left off.
We see tarps and canopies around Snyder today.
Yeah.
Will that building be utilized in the future?
I think some people are planning to try to use the office spaces. We don't want classes there for a while. And there's a lot of discussions about future options for Snyder Hall and actually even future ways of doing the tarping. So that's one of the things we haven't had to decide today, so we postponed it. Yep.
And is it premature to discuss a permanent memorial sometime on campus, or are those discussions coming out?
I think the discussions are starting. It's premature to come to a conclusion and announce it. We need to have a lot of people ready to sit down and have a conversation in a meaningful way when we're still not in recovery mode. You want to do it right, so it's worth taking some time to figure out what right is.
If Snyder Hall, if the classes aren't going to be used inside that building, does the community college have the infrastructure and the physical infrastructure?
We'll figure it out.
Okay, one more question. Anybody?
How many classes typically are in that building?
I don't know.
We can try to find that out and
Yeah.
get back to you. So,
That's a get back to you answer.
all right.
I had one faculty tell me that he met with one survivor. So that's all I know, and I only know that because I went to the cafeteria for lunch and happened to bump into him. So I don't know if there's more, but I know it was very meaningful to the faculty member that the student was back on campus and feeling comfortable. So we hope that families and students feel comfortable returning as they are ready, and I would recommend that if they're planning to return to classes on Monday, that they come to the campus this week just to get used to it and just to adjust and not have the first visit to the campus be running because they're late to class. I think it would be good to be prepared. I really want to thank you for your professionalism and the sensitivity of your questions and your understanding when we can't answer them. We've got staff who would like answers to questions, and we're figuring out things as we go, and we're figuring them out on sort of an as-needed basis. So today it was how to get the sign not to say campus closed and how to say welcome back, and how to arrange for parking and how to arrange for security and where to put the dogs, all kinds of things just to get us up and going this morning. And it's not business as usual for us. Business as usual actually means that this lawn is empty right now. So we're doing the best we can, and we'll try to get you information every day. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to load back up in the vans. We're going to head to Snyder Hall, where we'll let you out. Obviously, exterior footage only, and then we'll walk over to where the tribute place is.
Are the buses going out the way we came in? Because I need to get back to live shot stuff.
Okay. Can you find out? We can do that.
All right, guys, that is a wrap on that press conference. We are going to now go entirely live to that police standoff. And if we get any other information in terms of that Oregon shooting, any updates, we will bring that to you live here on News Now. All right. Again, we don't have a lot of information right now. This is information I'm getting from a New Jersey news source off of Twitter, where basically the article suggests that numerous police officers and SWAT members on scene at a mobile home community in Woodbridge as a subject barricaded himself inside the home. We know that it is a mobile park home and that law enforcement brandished rifles as they took up positions behind vehicles at this mobile home complex called Ideal Homes around 4:45 p.m. New Jersey time, which is about 1:45 here in Arizona. We do know that police have pushed away reporters and residents further back behind a cordon for their own safety. And so they are, again, just working this standoff situation. Suspect barricaded inside. According to reporters on the scene, police at the scene have declined to comment on the incident as news helicopters circled overhead. That is how we're getting this live video, courtesy of Fox in New York. Fox in New York, WNYW, sent their chopper out to Woodbridge, New Jersey to get video of this police standoff taking place right now at that mobile home park. According to witnesses in the area, police apparently had chased a vehicle into the park, into the mobile home park earlier in the afternoon, but they did not see who was being pursued. And those of you just joining us, I noticed that the camera zoomed in on the black cat. No, police are not having a standoff with the cat in the frame. That just happens to be the item that the pilot of the Skyfox in New York has zoomed in on. No, police are having a standoff. A man is barricaded inside a home at this mobile park home in Woodbridge, New Jersey. We don't have a lot of information right now, but according to news reports out in New Jersey, media and other residents have been told to stay away from the area. We heard something about guns being pointed in the direction of police, and we do know that a man is barricaded inside one of the mobile homes. You can see police officers, SWAT team members, all on hand trying to get a hold of the suspect. All right, guys, just a quick update. Those of you just joining us, we are watching live video of a police standoff in Woodbridge, New Jersey. Don't have a lot of information right now, but we know this standoff took place or started about an hour ago. We know that law enforcement brandished rifles as they took up positions behind vehicles at this mobile home complex. It's called Ideal Homes, around 4:45 New Jersey time, so about 1:45 here. We know a man has barricaded himself inside one of the mobile homes. Police haven't given a lot of information quite yet to reporters at the scene, but apparently a man who identified himself as the barricaded man's brother said that the suspect came home around 3:30 New Jersey time, so about 12:30 our time, with his shirt covered in blood. Again, this is according to reporting by NewJersey.com. They are the one local outlet that appears to have a news article about this story right now. Apparently, earlier in the day, police had been by that same house that the two shared, looking for the brother, who is now the suspect, according to one witness. And then shortly thereafter, many police arrived at the scene. And it apparently appears that the brother of the suspect had left the home by the time police arrived. Around 5:30, which is about 10 minutes ago, police could be heard on a bullhorn trying to get the man to pick up the phone. So it looks like they're trying to communicate with the suspect inside, trying to communicate with him over the phone. They used a bullhorn about 10 minutes ago to tell the man to pick up the phone. So you can see this is an ongoing situation out in Woodbridge, New Jersey. And I will continue to monitor Twitter as well as certain local New Jersey news sources to get you guys the latest information. All right, guys, I want to give you a quick recap. Those of you just joining us may not know the details of this police standoff. Again, we have only a limited amount of information right now, but what I can tell you is that this standoff has been underway for over an hour now. We know that law enforcement arrived at the scene sometime after 1:30 Arizona time, 4:30 New Jersey time. They told reporters and residents to stay back for their own safety, and police took up positions behind vehicles. Again, a man barricaded himself inside a home, a subject. Apparently that subject was seen pointing the guns at the officer. That is according to a report on Twitter. Now, according to an article on NewJersey.com, a man who identified himself as the suspect's brother said his brother came home around 3:30 with his shirt covered in blood. Apparently, earlier in the day, police had been by the house that the two shared, looking for the suspect. And shortly after police arrived on the scene, at that point, the brother of the suspect had already left the home. These are details according to a witness at the scene, at the mobile home park. Around 5:30 New Jersey time, so about 20 minutes ago, police could be heard on a bullhorn trying to get the suspect to pick up the phone. So as you can see, based on that, police are trying to communicate with the suspect who has barricaded himself inside that mobile home. Again, these are live images coming in from Fox in New York. And it looks like Chopper is leaving. That might be it in terms of our extensive coverage of that standoff. It appears that the Skyfox chopper out in New York is leaving the scene of that police standoff in Woodbridge, New Jersey. As you can see, we are no longer looking at a standoff, but instead we are looking at the view of the state of New Jersey. Roads, trees, buildings, no standoff in sight. So since we are leaving the standoff, I'm going to go back and resume some of the video we were playing earlier. Well, actually not video we were playing earlier. Instead, we are going to play for you some video. I tried to play it for you during the morning edition of News Now, but we had those technical difficulties. So apparently you guys did not see this video that I played earlier, so I'm going to play it for you guys now. So it's brand new video for you guys. This is video of a press conference held by South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and other authorities in response to the extensive flooding that has taken place, the historical rains. Let me just go ahead and pull up that video for you guys. Let's see. All right. I have found it now. This is Governor Nikki Haley talking about the storm damage and the latest information. Again, this press conference was held earlier today.
I'd like to have her if that's possible. Yes, please. She's right there. I forgot her name. Emily, let's get you. Let's get you on this.
You move on down. Good. They got wide lenses.
Okay, so we're going to go again. Camera's ready. Thumbs up when you're ready. Got it, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it, got it. I'm waiting on you. Got it. Thank you very much. Well, we appreciate everybody being here today. I wanted to certainly give you an update. I've got my Team South Carolina partners here with me as we go forward. We are now seeing where we are going from starting to go from response mode to assessment mode. We are still very much in response mode when it comes to the Midlands down to the coast, but we are now, as we're seeing the rain lighten up and things lighten up a little bit, we are now going into assessment and recovery mode in terms of the Midlands, north of the Midlands. So that's a little bit, we're starting to see the rain back off a little bit. The main thing we're going to be watching is as this water flows, especially from the Midlands down to the coast, you're going to see that we're pre-positioning things. I'll talk about that in a little bit. There will be some evacuations. We're looking at places like Kingstree and those, so you'll see that throughout the day that we're going to evacuate as we see that water moves down. To give you a few updated numbers, we are unfortunately now at 9 weather-related fatalities. What I will tell you is everybody has been very good. The traffic is light. People are off the roads. They have really listened, but those that didn't listen, this is dangerous. This is very real. So we do have 9 weather-related fatalities. I do want to say that we've had word that there are people who are taking their boats to the Lake Murray Dam to take pictures of all the water that we're trying to release. That is extremely dangerous. And I can't stress enough that this is not a fun event. We don't want to have to come out and rescue you, and much worse, we don't want to have you added to this number of fatalities. So we do ask that people avoid that and just watch TV for the pictures. We are looking at now 550 roads and bridges that are closed. What you will see happen is as the water shifts down, we're going to pre-position where the roads are closed. So roads are closed now in the upstate. You're going to start to see road closures down from the Midlands down to the low country as that water flows. So don't be surprised. If there's a road that's open now, that doesn't mean it's going to stay open. You're probably going to see some roads close. That's something we're watching very carefully as the water flows, and that we're working with all of our team members here and with Secretary Hall. Of the 550 roads that are closed, 100 of those are in Columbia and in the Columbia area. DPS has now responded to almost 2,700 total calls. 910 were collisions that they responded to. The biggest challenges that we face is following the wave of the water from the Midlands down to the coast. Road closures, trying to monitor those and make sure that we're watching those properly. Debris removal, now we're getting to that point to where we are looking for downed trees, any sort of limbs or things that are getting in the way. The good news is that we are getting into the assessment and recovery mode, so a lot of that is where we can start to assess the damage, to really start making some good decisions on how we can go and get people back into a protected situation, but also back into a recovery situation. Water issues. We have quite a few water issues that we're seeing. Either people are without water or contaminated water. So we do want people to be extremely careful as they're going on with this water issue. We currently have 40,000 people right now without water. And I know that they're working very hard to get that back up. We have 26,000 people that are without power. That number seems to be an average. It's not that they're not getting it back up. It's just when one goes down, the other one, we get another one up. So it's going back and forth there. But we do have 253 troopers on the road out there trying to keep everybody safe and help all of the crews and everybody move accordingly. SLED has gone and deployed additional officers into Clarendon, Lexington, and Lee counties as they needed assistance. So we've been able to do that. DNR has performed over 150 water rescues as of now. So they're continuing to work very hard. We have 25 shelters open that are currently holding and housing 932 citizens in there right now. They do have plenty of food and water, all very safe and well taken care of. And I want to really thank not only DSS, who you may not realize they actually man those shelters and keep them safe, but they also partner with the American Red Cross and with the Salvation Army, who have been absolutely fantastic partners to work with as we go through this. National Guard, we've increased our number of guardsmen on duty. We're now up to 1,300 National Guards members across the state. We still have 7,000 on alert as we may need them. They have done 25 aerial rescues to date, and will continue to do that. The good news that we have in this is that we have 0 hospitals that are going to have to evacuate. And we have had a lot of heroes, and I'm going to talk to you about the great heroes a little bit later, but one in particular are the heroes that work at the Columbia Fire Department. They worked all night long to get the bulk water over to the hospital so that the hospitals didn't have to go down. And if you really want to talk about the work and the greatness of South Carolina, it was the Columbia Fire Department that really said they were going to try and make sure that they had made sure that that happened. So I do want to say a special thank you to them. No major cell outages. We're seeing sporadic cell outages, but no major ones at this time, so everyone should be able to still communicate in that way. And then the main thing that we have seen is everybody is requesting water, especially in the Midlands area. They are without water. In a lot of places, like I said, 40,000. So we are going to be setting up, I know a lot of people have tried to go to stores and buy it, and the stores are closed. We are setting up water distribution sites. You will see 4 water distribution sites in Richland County today. I know one will be Lower Richland High School, and the other one will be Richland Fashion Mall. The other 2 will be announced in short order. We will add 6 additional water distribution centers tomorrow, so for a total of 10 around the state. So know that we have plenty of water. The time frame we're aiming is at 5 o'clock, but you will see press releases if we can get those open sooner, and press releases if we have to deal with anything else. I want to thank Walmart, who so generously gave 80,000 bottles of water for the people of South Carolina and continue to say they're on standby to give what we need. So many people have stepped up with supplies. Our biggest focus right now is safety. So if you're in your house, continue to stay in your house. Continue to remind your kids to not get out and play in this water. What we want you to remember is if you're under a boiled water advisory, follow it. And remember that this is not the time to take pictures. We've got enough media out there that you can look at to see the pictures and see the views of what's happening in South Carolina. What I can tell you is we're stronger today than we were yesterday. And that's because the morale continues to be good. Our angels in South Carolina and our heroes continue to be our first responders. Our first responders, our National Guardsmen, those utility crews that are tirelessly working all night long to make sure that your power is on, and the DOT maintenance crews that have just not stopped and continued to work 1,000 at a shift, switching off. They've done a fantastic job, and all of that with our volunteers and everyone else that seems to be going forward. We appreciate that. And then, we continue to appreciate the kindness that everyone is showing to each other. We wanted to move this further. I do want to say that the reason we were late with this press conference is that I received a phone call from President Obama. He was extremely gracious and kind. He and Mrs. Obama expressed their concerns and their prayers for the people of South Carolina, and also said that they were there to assist. Prior to my conversation with President Obama, we went ahead and did something that's very unusual, but it allows us to expedite the process. We did a verbal request for a major disaster declaration. So rather than waiting to do the paperwork, which we are drafting now, we went ahead and did a verbal request, which allows it to come faster. Those things cover individual assistance, public assistance for things like debris removal and emergency protective measures, hazard mitigation, damage to infrastructure. So to try and expedite that, we went ahead and did that verbally. We're looking at probably 11 counties right now. That number will change. Those are just the ones that we're doing this because we have immediate needs now in 11 counties. As we go further and we're dealing with our counties, we are going to see that we'll be adding to that list. I also think that what we have started doing is today we're having phone conversations with our counties, educating them on what they need to do the county assessments properly. We've got people on standby to show them how to do that. And then we also have Mike Moore, who can help discuss that verbal declaration more if you have any questions in reference to that. I think that's basically the overall summary that I have for you, but now I do want to go and just have certain partners talk with you as we go forward. So we will go ahead and start with, why don't we start with Mike Moore to talk about the verbal major disaster declaration?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we'll go from there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Governor. My name is Mike Moore. I'm the Federal Coordinating Officer. It's been appointed by President Obama for the current declaration of an emergency that was declared last Saturday. The major declaration that the governor has requested covers, as she said, 3 basic areas. Individual assistance, and that's assistance that's provided to households. Things like housing assistance, other needs assistance that different households may have. The second major program that she requested is public assistance, and that covers infrastructure damage, emergency protective measures, as she mentioned, those things that local municipalities may have expended funds on that could be reimbursed, and that's generally at a 75%, 25% split, the 75% being the federal share. And then the third category of assistance she requests is hazard mitigation, allows funding to be provided to the state to go to facilities that can be strengthened for future disasters. So it's looking towards the future, looking for more resilient communities is the way that money would be used. So that's a general overview.
Thank you. And just so you know, I know there's going to be there's a lot of concern about our small businesses as well. That will be something separate that we will do on the side that's through the SBA. So our small businesses will be covered as we go forward on that. Now I'm going to go over and turn it to General Livingston with our National Guard.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor mentioned, we are continuing rescue and evacuation operations throughout the state. All state partners are doing this, again, centered on the county and city level as far as determining those priorities. We have resources that continue to be available, so we're well supported throughout the state, plus making coordination with North Carolina, Tennessee, and Georgia to bring additional resources as well as federal resources if necessary. And as you see, our numbers are increasing as we need to increase. I would ask that if anyone out there sees something that doesn't look right, whether it's a road condition, whether it's somebody in distress, dial 911, let us know because you are our eyes and ears out there. And if you let us know, we can respond to it properly. The roads are still unsafe. A lot of them have been undermined by the flooding, and so the road may look perfect on top, but if you drive across it, it could collapse. We've had that happen to our rescue crews, and we're having to do engineering evaluations on those. So, again, don't get out unless you have to, and let us know if you see anything. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, General. And now I'm going to turn it over to Kim Stenson with the Emergency Management Division.
Thank you, Governor. As you know, our responsibilities include coordinating the state response to assist the local authorities, and that's where our major focus is. And a lot of that comes in the form of requests. We've processed about 175 requests so far from the counties in a couple of different areas, primarily emergency response and rescue, and we've already mentioned some of those. The mass care piece, the feeding, the sheltering, and especially now that we're working the water issue is a primary focus for us, obviously. So.
All right, guys, so that was the beginning of that press conference coming out of South Carolina this morning. God, have you seen some of that video?
Oh, my gosh. The
It's
one where they're
insane.
rescuing the guy holding on to the stop sign, and they make like a human chain to walk him from the stop sign just so he could get to higher ground. It was about 6 people,
Oh my
all in a
gosh.
human
I'm gonna
chain.
see
They
if I
all
have
reached
that
out
video.
and grabbed. Incredible. I saw it yesterday. I watched
Did
a
we
lot
have
of
it on
coverage
our
yesterday.
newscast?
I don't know. I flip around a lot. I think it was
Oh.
on, wall-to-wall cable type
Yeah,
coverage
yeah,
type thing.
totally.
Where they could
well,
show
we have
that.
this one, which is like the water rescue.
Wow.
Which is pretty crazy, right here. Those of you guys who missed it the first time around. And I think I've heard many dams have been destroyed.
That's the problem.
Like
These
9
dams
or
are
something?
failing, and
At least
it's
9
just-
people dead.
Oh no.
It has unearthed coffins.
I heard
it's
that this
really
morning.
disturbing.
Very much so.
Really, really disturbing.
Yeah,
I
that
don't
is a
know.
mess.
This is a
Wow.
mess for South Carolina. And then, the other state we've been focusing on a lot over the last week, Oregon.
Sadly.
So sad.
So sad.
So
it really
sad.
is. And I watch a lot of cable, And there's a reporter on there talking about an ASU researcher, professor, statistician, who had done a story on mass killings.
Okay.
And how these mass killings, these school shootings, are contagious. Her name is Sherry Towers.
And she's an ASU professor.
She's an ASU research professor. I would have invited her in and had her on, but she's in Indiana right now doing some kind of special project. And what I find so interesting is that she's a statistician. You know the word.
Yeah, how do you say it?
Well, she's physics. She's with
she
the
works
School
with
of
numbers
Math.
and things like that.
She is a total number
Right.
cruncher. So it's not like she could even look at thing and have an agenda and put something in differently. She's all about the numbers
right.
and having all this mass data that they took on mass killings, and they defined mass killings as anything
more than four
and above. Isn't that sad?
It's sad that we have to have a definition.
I know, but we
because
do.
So many happen, and
right.
It's interesting because then how do you define? Because you view something as a mass shooting or a mass killing if many people were injured but not as many people died. I think back to the one that happened just a couple months ago in Louisiana at the movie theater,
right?
Where it's almost a copycat of the James Holmes Aurora shooting, but in that situation, only 2 people died. 2 girls, but I mean, obviously that in and of itself is tragic. But then
terrific.
We don't. It's weird because it's almost like we don't focus on that one as much because only 2 people died.
Well, I mean, there are some where we'll be covering news on the weekend, and from another state, we'll get word of 7 people found dead in a house. 7
I know
in the
these
same
domestic,
family,
the domestic
but because
killings.
it doesn't rise to that because it was someone they knew.
Right, it's not as random. It doesn't.
So it's different. She did not look at those. She looked at mass killings slash mass shootings,
like that at random
from 2006 to 2013. And what she found is that there is a contagion, and a contagion means that something is contagious, that you can actually infect someone.
Right.
Like if I have the flu, I can infect you with literal germs, but I don't. Okay. Here, come back, child. But if I have an idea, can I infect you with an idea? And she said in recent years, they've come to understand that a contagion is not just physical, it can be psychological as well. You can infect someone with an idea.
An idea. Think about it like all the ideologies going around the world that somehow people embrace because they've been exposed to it.
Oh, and they can follow, how a meme on the internet is contagious, and they can follow how that gradually moves around. Well, they're doing the same thing with the idea of these mass killings. And is it possible that they are? So they put all the numbers in, crunched all the data between those 2 years, and they did find that these incidences start bunching up abnormally. So, and that's the sign of a contagion. When unusually something starts bunching up. Why in the middle of winter are there all of a sudden 6 right here? 6 mass killings, and they go and this is me just making this up, giving an example.
A hypothetical situation.
Yes. So they go and they look at those 6, and they find that there was not a literal connection, but strictly just a number connection, that they're bunching.
What does that mean?
And the only times they bunched is when it was an event that got a lot of national media attention.
You're saying that when it gets a lot of media attention, more people commit these sorts of crimes.
That's what she found. She found that when, and that's why, when the sheriff came out in Oregon and said, I'm not mentioning his name, and this is why we don't want to give him, we want to focus on the victims.
Right. And
that's why they talk about taking that glorification away so that there's not some poor sick kid watching this guy get all of this infamy.
Right.
Yeah. And saying, gee, that's all I have to do, and it'd be a sick person who does it.
Right.
But
if you're
that
at that point in your
vulnerable.
life, exactly, where you're depressed and you hate life, you want to kill yourself anyway, you feel like you're worthless,
and
feel
you
like
say
no one cares about you.
And you say, oh, please, there aren't many, they're 1 in a million. Well, you and I have been, if it's 1 in a million, then the stats are going against us because
there's still 300 million people in this country.
Thank you very much. So 300 times a year, do you want to deal with that kind of tragedy? Nobody does. And so what they found was that the contagion, meaning the time from when that first incident happens, is 13 days. So within the 13 days, they would see another one, someone infected by it who carried out a mass killing. Fascinating and bizarre stuff. And this is important too, that roughly 20 to 30% of these tragedies appear to come from the contagion. So they're not saying every single one they saw
Right. But
they
I
could
fe-
connect
but-
back. But 20 to 30%?
Well, let's look at the ones that happened recently. Okay, so you have Lester Flanagan, the guy that shot up the TV news reporter and the TV photog.
Yeah.
And in his writings, in his manifesto, he talked about the South Carolina shooting and how he was angry about that or how that bothered him. But he references the South Carolina mass shooting at the
Right.
church. And then what's interesting is apparently this Oregon shooter, this Oregon gunman, he, in his writings, he had a blog online, and he apparently referenced the Virginia shooting of the reporter and the photographer.
So is one mass killer infecting another mass killer? And it's like you can't say who's vulnerable. Vulnerable means what? You didn't get your flu shot, you weren't loved, you weren't healthy, you weren't educating, you have no self-esteem, you're damaged, whatever, then you aren't immune to it. And you get infected with that idea.
Right.
And it grows, and maybe each one bolsters it. And this is me speculating. But it is just a fascinating idea, and that she put it in there in terms of numbers and found this unusual bunching around these mass killings. I think it's fascinating. And so I went to ASU and downtown. And I talked to students about it. I said, what do you think of the idea of mass shootings, mass killings being contagious? And I got some feedback back from them, and some of them, and then I asked some of them, do you feel safe here? Do you feel vulnerable here? I said, why did I go there? I don't know.
Well, I mean,
But
I'm thinking about it now. And when I was in college, you never even thought
No.
that anything like that could
No.
happen. But I wonder if students now go into college with that thought in the back of their mind.
What year did you graduate?
College?
Yeah.
2007.
2007. Okay. And you remember Columbine, and I mean that seemed to be
remember
the
all of that
definitive
stuff.
beginning of it all. But
But
you
what year
never
was
felt
Columbine?
vulnerable. I want to say
2002?
03. I want to say 03. I'm honestly, you'll have to look it up really quickly.
I'm going to look it up really quickly. April 20th, 1999.
Wow.
Oh, I think I was in junior high.
Right.
But
But
I guess
she,
that didn't even faze me as something to be afraid of in high school. So maybe it doesn't affect you, even though it happens at one high school. I didn't go into high school thinking that a Columbine could happen.
well, she's a physicist, and what she was wondering as these all kept happening, it was the Purdue, I forget which one it was that kicked off this idea, but she said, is it a statistical fluke, or somehow through news media are these events planting an unconscious idea or even a conscious one in some vulnerable people's minds that this is something that they should go out and do. Fascinating. I mean, it's a study, and I was just fascinated by it when I first heard about it, and then I talked to her briefly on the phone. She's busy. She's out of state right now, but she kind of explained through it. So that, and I'll have her interview. We hear from her at 5, and then I talk to some ASU students about it, hear what they had to say.
I want to check in with the chat room to see what their take is on this
Hi,
story.
chat room.
Billy Z. Cruz saying, sure, people with weak minds and lack of self-control are infected with criminal attitudes easily. Studies also show that youthful offenders commit more crime when they see other youth get a slap on the wrist by the court system. John Hoffman chimes in saying, some people want fame and don't care how they get it.
And it's they don't mind being infamous rather than famous, as one of the ASU students put it. You know, and if you've got low self-esteem, and you're just living, and you're just in a dark place, and you don't think you're moving forward.
Shooters are. That's
their
story.
Absolutely. So then you are vulnerable to being infected, and that's the concept she puts out there. And what can we do? You know, and when they say media, they're not talking about, necessarily television. They're talking about, there was another professor from ASU who wrote an article telling people to stop retweeting, stop liking, stop when it comes to these events. Go online, get your information, but stop sharing and pushing it all forward, because they're not just talking about us. That there are people who have 10,000 followers on Twitter,
or 10,000,
who with one tweet, and though the sheriff didn't say the gunman's name of Oregon, then
And
they
it
put it
spreads
out
faster
there.
on
Oh
Twitter
my
and
God,
then
it
Facebook
absolutely
than
does.
a random clip on a newscast would.
Yeah,
And so
spreads like wildfire. So
even
he's
if-
saying that you have a responsibility as a
person,
a human being. If you're a member of the community and you want to do good,
right,
then you should think twice before you start
using his name. Right.
If you agree with what the sheriff said.
I know
about
that
using
I
his
have
name.
here on News Now tried to intentionally say the shooter more often than the. I haven't really said his name.
I noticed
much
a
at all.
concerted effort in
Yeah.
the first 48 hours. I'm like,
And I don't
everyone's
even
going
really
out of their
remember
way.
his name, to be
Well,
honest.
I don't remember it either,
So,
or
I
else.
mean-
And I still wouldn't have said it, but I don't remember it either. But that's
But
a
it's
part
good
of
to
it.
not remember his name, I guess.
Everyone has a rule. It's going to take a village to stop it. So, a big village, 300 million person village. So this is me talking. I love talking to young people. You all give me, they give me such hope. All of you do. and these were some of them. They were fun to talk to.
Aw, okay,
Yeah.
let's listen to what they had to say. You didn't
Okay.
scare them, did you?
I didn't scare them at the end. I did
Okay.
not.
All right.
I didn't say, "Do you feel safe here?" That was once I said it to the first kid, and he kind of went, "Well, I don't know. I hadn't thought about
He
it."
calls his mom, "Hey, I'm dropping out of college. Why?"
Linda Williams says I'm vulnerable, and
Then we
and-
get angry letters written to Fox.
Oh my gosh, that would be terrible. No.
All right, let's listen to what these students told Linda at ASU.
This study, and it says, this is what she found, that researchers find that mass killings and school shootings are contagious. It means that when one happens, it gives another person an idea, and another vulnerable person, not people like you who are healthy and loved and going to school, but people who are
mentally unstable,
living in a dark place, gives them an idea. They watch all the coverage, they get pumped up, and they kind of catch it, if you will, this bug to be famous in a horrific way, and they go out and they perform shootings. Do you believe that?
I guess to an extent it makes sense, because I do feel like we always look up to celebrities. We see the people on TV. We want to be like them. We want to have the aspects and the things that they have. And I could see in a dark, sort of way that if you see another person who's a murderer, serial killer, becoming famous for the crimes that they're committing, that you would be like, oh, I should look after them. And if you're in that state of mind, that being famous kind of takes over.
So you're thinking, because she says in 25 to 35%, so not every single time, but 25 to 35% of the cases that it's contagious, and you're like, I can see that.
I could definitely see that.
Okay. What do you think?
I think we live in a violent and kind of morbid culture. With the Elliot Rodgers killings that were in Isla Vista, California, he published a long manifesto, so he intended to get famous after his shooting. I think that people see violence and they kind of want to, they think that's the way to get famous, and I think the majority of spree killers are looking for some sort of infamy or revenge, and that's why they publish manifestos and kind of seek a high score or something, just to harm as many people as possible, and that's their way to fame.
Contagious?
Contagious, definitely.
You believe that?
I believe that.
How about you?
I believe that to a certain extent, because I believe that when people feel as though they've been shut off and they can't achieve, say if they're in school and they aren't the most popular person, if they can't be famous, they would rather be infamous. And I can see if they see someone else getting notoriety off of doing something like this, they can get the idea that, oh, maybe I should do something like this too. But then also there's the side of, well, these are specific cases where the people who do these shootings, they're not really influenced by other people, or they don't get the idea from anyone else, and maybe their goal isn't to be famous or be known as this notorious person. They just they feel so lost and they want to bring other people down. They don't know how to react to it. So I think it's a little of both.
What do you think we can do about it in terms of, how about not mentioning the killer, focusing on the victims, not retweeting his name, the whole thing? Media shouldn't cover it as much, and social media shouldn't focus on it as much. What do you think?
I think it's hard to not bring attention to mass shootings and killings, but ideally it would be great if the crimes that were committed didn't get so much publicity, I guess, because I think we see it on TV all the time. We see these people and I feel like we're giving them what they want, but how do we not if we're trying to inform the general public? So I don't know the solution. I don't know if there is one.
Because we all want to know, right? I mean, when you heard Oregon, you went to your Twitter, you went Facebook, and you immediately started looking to find out what happened.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think you guys are brilliant.
Thank you.
Will you say your name and spell it?
My name's Kenneth Hardeman, Kenneth Hardeman, Hardeman.
Where are you from, Phoenix?
I'm from Atlanta.
From Atlanta?
Okay, my name's Mary Winters, MaryWinters.
Okay, and where are you from?
I'm from Ogden, Utah.
Ogden, Utah.
My name is Kylie Johnson, KYLEEJOHNSON, from Los Angeles, California.
You feel vulnerable here?
I feel like anything could happen. I mean, I feel like you always have to be prepared, just like when you're in any other situation. But school shootings happen all the time. You see them in the news all the time. I just feel like you have to always be cautious anywhere you go.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You saved my story. You saved my story.
All right, guys. So that was Linda's interview with some of those students at the ASU downtown campus. Again, you can watch Linda's full story later on this evening, I believe 5 or 5:30. So make sure to tune in for that. Since we are on the topic of that unfortunate tragedy in Oregon, I do want to play a few stories from you from Fox National. A couple of stories that we got from over the weekend. We had a lot of stories sent to us, both on this topic as well as the flooding in South Carolina. So I'm going to go ahead and pull up some of these stories from Oregon. And let's go ahead and start by listening to this story. It's titled, UCC Moms, Umpqua Community College Moms.
Dear world.
In her own words.
Before yesterday, most of you had never heard of the city of Roseburg. Now when you hear the name, you will link us to the tragedy that happened on our small community college campus yesterday. That is not who we are.
Gemmaline Wilson and these Douglas County moms write about the Roseburg they know.
There's so much more to remember about us than this day this tragedy tore into our lives and changed our community forever.
We're a logging community tucked into a beautiful valley with some of the most beautiful tree-covered hills you've ever seen. The waters of the Umpqua River flow through our town.
You will hear names and get to know a small bit of who we lost. We will hear the names and feel the loss.
Photographs of the injured being rolled into the hospital doesn't tell the whole story either. Most of our babies have been born at Mercy. And lives are saved there every day.
But soon their minds wander away from those words.
I'm in love with Roseburg, and this just my heart beats even more. Just seeing everybody come together for this.
They too remember what it was like to get the news.
There was a shooting at UCC. Your daughter goes there, doesn't she? And I just felt the blood rush out of my face, and I'm still processing that. She wasn't there, and I was so grateful she wasn't there that day.
They too are hurting.
Conflicting emotions of, please protect these people that I love and that I know and that are integral in our lives. But how can you pray that prayer knowing that means it would be someone else?
They're protective of their town.
It's not a reflection of all of us. It's a very lost and sick individual.
There's so much more to Roseburg than just that day.
All the places that you've seen have so much more depth to them.
All right, guys, I'm going to play one more story from Fox National. This one's called the Shooting Timeline Presser.
Deputies say they won't give any information on what exactly the shooter did inside the classroom, but they are sharing this timeline of events that shows how quickly the first 911 calls came in and how quickly first responders got on scene. It's a timeline of tragedy unfolding from the first 911 call at 10:38 Thursday morning to reports 10 minutes later of a suspect down. Douglas County deputies share what happened immediately after the first shots on Umpqua Community College campus and how the gunfire finally ended.
The two Roseburg police officers who responded and stopped the shooter from killing dozens of other people who were in that classroom and in the immediate vicinity.
Deputies say Christopher Harper Mercer and police exchanged gunfire The medical examiner has now ruled his death a suicide. Whether it was his bullet or an officer's, deputies won't say.
It's one of those incidents that you hope that you never have to come across or go.
Fire Chief Greg Marlar was one of the first on scene. He says he didn't know until he walked into the classroom how many had been killed, or that 2 of those victims had ties to his department.
It's personal. We have within our family, we've had people that have been affected by this.
18-year-old Rebecca Carnes was the niece of a local paramedic. 20-year-old Trevin Anspaugh, the son of a local firefighter who was off duty at the time.
I personally I went up and met with Justin and his wife Kim on Thursday night to confirm the news.
Deputies say it's for his family and those of the 8 other victims that they're working so diligently to find answers.
To the families of the victims, our hearts are with you, and you know that our hearts will be with you forever. Please know that we consider your loved ones to be our heroes. They will never be forgotten.
Oregon State Police are still investigating the shootout with the suspect. Once their investigation wraps, the Douglas County District Attorney says it's up to him to decide if that use of force was justified. In the meantime, FBI behavioral analysts are on scene trying to figure out why exactly the shooting happened. In Roseburg, Kimberly Eaton, Fox 12 Oregon.
All right, Kinsey Schofield here, and I'm preparing in a few minutes to talk to Dave Munsey. We've got some interesting we've got some interesting weather happening right now, including a tornado warning. And if I'm not saying that correctly, that's what Dave Munsey is for, to correct me. Let me make this lower third here quickly.
Are you waiting on me?
Yeah.
I was tweeting.
Oh, well.
And so we have a are we on?
Yeah.
Okay, we have a tornado warning is in effect until 3:45 for another 15 minutes. This is about 7 miles southwest of Pinetop Lakeside, or 10 miles south of Sholo, moving northwest at about 35 miles an hour. So it is in that area that we are seeing. Do you have? We have that.
Your map. Yeah. I was also trying to plug your Twitter account, though.
Oh.
Everyone should follow Dave Munsey.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we just tweeted that out, so that'll be getting out. As you can see, we have some weather around. It's not tremendous weather, but it is a little bit of weather that we're seeing. Why don't you take our picture down or move it to the other side there? That is the area over there that we're starting to see these problems. Over by Sholo and in the Pinetop area is where this has been issued from. Some pretty good storms around, but we haven't had any big storms as far as Phoenix is concerned. I think there's been a few sprinkles here and there. Yeah. But these things pop up every once in a while. This will probably be, if anything, a cold air tornado.
What is that? What is the definition of
well,
a cold air
the cold air tornado, they're still dangerous. They still have a lot of power, but they're just not as powerful as other tornadoes. But I'm just saying that because of the conditions up there. Mm-hmm. I haven't heard that, but I would imagine that it would, if it were a bigger tornado, I don't know that it would appear in that area.
Right.
So yeah, I would go with that. But there, even a cold air tornado can be devastating. So you want to be aware. And once again, that last sighting of that was 10 miles south of Sholo and 7 miles southwest of Pinetop Lakeside, and it was moving north-northeast at about 35 miles an hour at this time. So yeah, they move along pretty good.
Now, I believe Mark Martinez said that this was almost tomorrow's the 5-year anniversary of tornadoes hitting somewhere here in Arizona and a devastating Arizona.
Yeah, I would have to. I'd have to refresh my memory on that. I do remember that we had a little cluster of tornadic activity a while back. It's hard to remember exactly when, but that sounds about right on the timeline.
It seems like anytime I'm doing any sort of, I don't want to say exciting, but energy-fueled weather coverage, you're to blame.
I'm the one that they usually look to.
Yes.
For the blame and the answers.
The blame and the answers.
Yeah.
So I guess we're just going to hover, and if we get any actual visuals out of there, I'll be sure to give them to everyone. But really, what is there to do in this case? Is it just kind of stop and watch?
Right now, yeah, keep your eyes open if you're in that area. And when you see one of what this is I imagine something came out of a cloud.
Yeah.
And but we haven't had any big visuals on that as of yet. But we will sure let people know what's going on once we find out. It once again hasn't been cited for a few minutes here. So, well, that's the little tweet that we put out, huh? How's my spelling when you go fast like that? When you go real fast, you have to recheck your spelling on it. But
it looks good.
yeah, so we'll revisit that at 3:45.
Okay. And I have a funnel cloud picture that I'm going to show you. And Dave, would you like to look at this with us?
Absolutely. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Look at this.
There it is.
That is fierce looking.
Yeah, and this was up near Fredonia. This may not be the one that was just reported. This one was reported at 12:30. So that cloud, I'm sure, has moved on. But we've had some pretty good weather around the state today.
Every time I feel like it's going to cool down, it doesn't, well, not literally cool down because the temperatures have
the temperatures have come down.
They're divine.
Well, every time you think it's going to be calm and just a nice calm weather day, huh? Yeah, well, we'll get those. Those are out there. They'll be coming up, maybe even after today. We just need to get through what we're seeing. We have a chance of rain, I think, through Thursday now. So we'll be dealing with that.
Was it still 50% today? 50% chance of rain?
I think tonight. Refreshing my memory here. Tonight.
I opted for flip-flops, and there's no rain.
Yeah. I would say tonight the chance of rain is about 30%. It's 50% tomorrow.
Oh, wow. So we do have something to look forward to, and that's not considered monsoon because the monsoon season's over.
The monsoon season is over only because we have put a date on it.
Because we built graphics.
Yeah, we used to have the monsoon season as long as there was moisture in the air to bring the average dew point to 55 degrees. And so we've changed that. So this is probably very much monsoonal moisture, monsoonal activity. It's just late in the season, that's all.
All right.
Okay?
Well, if anything exciting happens, you know where I am.
Okay, and I will keep my eye on what's going on, and we'll come back and let you know. You can have that.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
You
It's
bet.
the gift that keeps on giving with Dave Munsey.
All right.
And we're so happy that we have you. We're going to have you 40 more years.
40 more years.
Okay, I am going to switch the tone until I have some additional information or visuals. I am going to, who sent me information on a past tornado? Thank you, Brian. I am going to go ahead and head over to this story. quickly. Today, the Department of Justice in 5 states announced a $2 billion final settlement of claims for the 2010 Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. And this actually piqued my interest today because I've just started watching Newsroom, and in one of the first episodes, they discussed the discovery of this. So it's interesting that we are still dealing with this now, and that show is forever old. The deal, once approved by a judge, would resolve all civil claims against BP and end 5 years of legal fighting over a 134 million gallon spill that affected 1,300 miles of shoreline. It also would bind the company to a massive cleanup project in the Gulf Coast area aimed at restoring wildlife, habitat, and water quality. And let me pull that press conference for you now. Unless I don't have it for you, there's that too. Organize. The problem is we jump on each other's computers and everything's not organized the same way. And so here I am. Hey Mike, can you come here for 2 seconds?
Yes.
I'm on your setup.
Thank you.
And I'm looking to find the DOJ press conference, and how do you organize your folders?
Okay, so this is the YouTube one?
Yeah. We're on right now, by the way. Tell everybody to say hi.
Hello, everyone. And you don't like that setup?
Oh, no, your setup's fine. Am I lost? I am lost.
Yeah.
But I'd like to organize it quickly just in, there we go.
Oh,
That's
okay.
all I need, baby.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. It's actually your presence that I think was what I needed ultimately.
I am a good luck charm to many.
You are,
Yep.
but you weren't there for the Cardinals yesterday,
No,
so
I wasn't.
thanks,
That's what
Mike.
happens when they don't invite me.
So I'm going to go ahead and play that DOJ press conference for you right now. Again, the Department of Justice settling with BP in regards to the oil spill.
Well, good morning, all. Thank you all for being here. I am happy to announce that I am joined here today by Secretary Penny Pritzker from the Department of Commerce, Secretary Tom Vilsack from the Department of Agriculture, Administrator Gina McCarthy of the Environmental Protection Agency, Deputy Secretary Michael Connor from the Department of the Interior, Admiral Paul Zukunft, Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard, who also in 2010 served as the Federal On-Scene Coordinator for the Deepwater Horizon spill, and Assistant Attorney General John Cruden of the Justice Department's Environmental and Natural Resources Division. Quite a team because we have quite an announcement. We are here today to announce a major step forward in our efforts to deliver justice to the Gulf region in the wake of the Deepwater Horizon tragedy, the largest environmental disaster that our nation has ever endured. 5.5 years ago, the world watched as the Deepwater Horizon oil rig exploded, burned, and then sank into the Gulf of Mexico. Deep below the surface, BP's Macondo well had blown out and was gushing oil into the Gulf. The oil began spreading hundreds of miles from the well, coating the seafloor, forming vast slicks across the surface and staining more than 1,300 miles of coastline. With that explosion, lives were lost. The Gulf was flooded with oil, and the Gulf Coast way of life, a uniquely American way of life, was hanging by a thread. Over the course of nearly 3 months, the Gulf region was inundated with more than 3 million barrels of oil. And by the time the torrent stopped, it had inflicted unprecedented harm on the economy, on the environment, and on the population of the Gulf region. Ecosystems were disrupted, businesses were shuttered, and countless men and women lost their livelihoods and their sense of security. And that is why, in December of 2010, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against BP to hold the company accountable and to provide vital relief for the people of the Gulf region. And that is exactly what we did. At trial, our litigation team proved that the spill was the result of BP's gross negligence. But our efforts did not stop with the issue of liability. Ensuring that liability translated into real relief for all of the inhabitants of the Gulf, the people, the businesses, and the fish and wildlife, was the essential next step. Today, I am pleased to announce that we have secured a historic resolution of our pending claims against BP totaling more than $20 billion, making it the largest settlement with a single entity in American history. The resolution includes civil claims under the Clean Water Act, for which BP has agreed to pay a $5.5 billion penalty, the largest civil penalty in the history of environmental law. It includes natural resources damages claims under the Oil Pollution Act, for which BP has agreed to pay $7.1 billion, on top of the $1 billion it had previously committed to pay for early restoration work. And it includes economic damages claims, for which BP has agreed to pay $4.9 billion to the 5 Gulf states and up to $1 billion to local governments. Once approved by the court, this agreement will launch one of the largest environmental restoration efforts the world has ever seen. Under the Restore Act, 80% of the $5.5 billion Clean Water Act penalty will go to help the Gulf recover from the injuries that it has suffered. In addition, BP's payments for the natural resources damages will fund Gulf restoration projects that will revitalize damaged habitats, such as coastal wetlands, and support the revival of wildlife populations, including marine mammals, sea turtles, oysters, and birds. This work will be guided by a comprehensive restoration plan that we are also announcing today, and which was developed by a trustee council made up of 4 federal agencies, all here today, and trustees from all 5 Gulf states. Taken as a whole, this resolution is both strong and fitting. BP is receiving the punishment it deserves, while also providing critical compensation for the injuries that it caused to the environment and the economy of the Gulf region. The steep penalty should inspire BP and its peers to take every measure necessary to ensure that nothing like this can ever happen again. And the resolution's focus on restoring the vitality of the affected areas will add to the important relief work that's already underway. It'll provide significant resources to assist the region's ongoing recovery, and it will help to ensure that Gulf communities emerge from this disaster stronger and more resilient than ever before. I'm tremendously proud that the Department of Justice has helped to lead the way from tragedy to opportunity, and I am exceedingly thankful for the many partnerships that were crucial to achieving this result. And I'm confident that the resolution that we have announced today will restore, it will preserve, and it will protect the precious Gulf environment for many generations to come. Now, obviously, today's extraordinary resolution would not have been possible without the tireless efforts of the Deepwater Horizon trial team, which is comprised of remarkable women and men from the Justice Department's Environment and Natural Resources Division and also our Civil Division. I would also like to recognize and to thank our outstanding partners at the EPA, at the Departments of Commerce, Agriculture, Interior, and Homeland Security, and in state and local governments throughout the Gulf region. Finally, I'd like to acknowledge my predecessor, Eric Holder, who launched this case 5 years ago and faithfully supervised it for the remainder of his tenure as Attorney General. And at this time, it is my pleasure to introduce the Secretary of Commerce, Penny Pritzker, who will provide additional details on today's announcement. Madam Secretary.
Thank you very much, Attorney General Lynch, for welcoming us all to the Department of Justice and for your leadership in this remarkable settlement. I also want to thank my colleagues from across the Cabinet and all of our teams who have spent 5 years and thousands of hours working with state partners in this effort. Today marks a historic milestone for the people, businesses, and environment of the Gulf region. 5 years after the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, this settlement reaffirms our administration's clear, ongoing, and unwavering commitment to securing justice for the Gulf communities, to spurring economic growth across Gulf states, and to ensuring the Gulf Coast comes back stronger and more vibrant than ever. Home to ample energy resources and 10 of America's 15 largest ports, the Gulf Coast is absolutely critical to the prosperity of our entire nation. From the start, the Department of Commerce has played a central role in local, state, and federal government efforts to restore the region's ecosystem and revitalize its economy. With our partners, we established the Restore Council, which I chair. This agency has made $183 million available for essential projects and programs, such as skills training for local communities, improvements in water quality, and habitat restoration for fish, birds, and wildlife. Through our department's National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, we have worked with our state and federal partners on the Natural Resources Damages Assessment Team to invest over $800 million of BP early restoration funds in the Gulf's natural resources. Through our Economic Development Administration, teams were on the ground in the Gulf states to learn firsthand what local communities needed to revive their economies and draw investments to their markets. That information guided investment of over $466 million in workforce development partnerships and assistance for entrepreneurs in high-wage, high-growth industries across the region. These are only some of the steps that we have taken in close cooperation with local, state, and federal partners to reinvigorate the Gulf. We know there is still far more to do, and with this settlement of more than $20 billion, our work continues. Now we can move forward with more effective restoration planning, large-scale projects, and smart investments in economic development and environmental resilience. Today, as part of this settlement, leaders from Commerce, from the agencies represented here, and from the 5 states of the Gulf region are proposing a natural resources restoration plan. This proposal is rooted in the best available science and hard data. Information needed to assess the damage from the oil spill, determine the best course of action, and make smart funding decisions throughout the Gulf. Our plan will make $8.1 billion of investments across the Gulf Coast and in the open ocean to restore coastal and near-shore habitats, improve water quality in coastal wetlands, protect and recover marine resources, and enhance recreational use opportunities. Together, these initiatives will build on our efforts of the last 5 years to move Gulf communities from recovery to restoration to resurgence. This unprecedented settlement offers an unprecedented opportunity to set a course for economic sustainability and resilience for the Gulf Coast now and into the future. An opportunity to ensure the health and prosperity of the Gulf region over the long term. An opportunity to restore the environment, reinvigorate the economy, create jobs in Louisiana, Mississippi, Texas, Florida, and Alabama, in all of the communities affected by the disaster. Seizing this opportunity will require coordination, partnership, and innovation across all levels of government, the private sector, and the people who live and work in the Gulf. Let's work together to keep the Gulf Coast growing, thriving, and open for business. And now I'd like to introduce our Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary Vilsack.
I want to thank Attorney General Lynch and her fabulous team for the opportunity to be here this morning. You may wonder why it's necessary for the Department of Agriculture to be represented here. The reality is that 80% of the private land that is impacted and affected by the Gulf oil spill is privately owned, and it's private working lands. It's the place where we at the Department of Agriculture partner with farmers and ranchers and producers to make sure that their land continues to be productive. Following the spill, the Department of Agriculture worked very hard to restore habitat. There was a significant problem with wildlife, particularly ducks, geese. We helped to restore a flyway, which led to literally tens of millions of additional birds being able to live and to promote the opportunities of recreation that are so important and vital to the Gulf Coast area. The Attorney General's team has done an incredible job. This is obviously not easy litigation, and I think the level of the settlement reflects the importance that her team has placed on this national treasure. Penny Pritzker and the Department of Commerce is going to provide great leadership with the Restore Council, and I'm here today just simply to indicate that the Department of Agriculture and the Natural Resource Conservation Service and the Forest Service are prepared with 3,700 people in every single county that's impacted by this to work in collaboration to renew, to refresh, to revitalize the Gulf Coast. It's a national treasure not just for the Gulf Coast states but for the entire country. This is an important settlement and we have important work to do. So we're excited about the possibility and the opportunity to make the Gulf Coast even better than it was prior to the spill. But without the great work of the Department of Justice, we wouldn't be here today, and without the leadership Penny Pritzker and the other federal agencies, we wouldn't be in the position we're in today. Someone who's going to have a great deal of responsibility in connection with the recovery efforts will be the Environmental Protection Agency, who is led by someone who is tenacious, who is focused on ensuring the environment is protected and has done an incredible job as administrator, my good friend Gina McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and let me begin by thanking Attorney General Lynch as well as DOJ's ongoing leadership, especially John Cruden, who has been an outstanding leader, and the Gulf region states for all of their cooperation over the past 5 years. I'm also grateful to have such hardworking colleagues across the departments and agencies who are represented here today. I also want to recognize the tremendous leadership of Lisa Jackson during this event. As she well knows, and all of us remember, the BP oil spill was a tremendous tragedy, and plain and simple. Along with a devastating toll on human life, the spill drove Gulf communities into a period of painful uncertainty, forcing questions that no American family should ever have to ask. Is my food safe to eat? Is it dangerous for my kids to play near the shore? Is the air still clean to breathe? And will my businesses ever recover? Today is a day of justice for every family and every community whose health, land, water, and livelihoods were threatened by the BP oil spill. And no amount of money can erase the fear and the loss that they endured, but it can help them to recover and to rebuild. Justice is not about dumping a pile of money and walking away. It's about investing in sustainable ways that empower and that strengthen the Gulf communities over the long term. That's why, along with billions of dollars that will be distributed over the next 15 years, that we're releasing a 15-year Gulf restoration plan. This plan will help make sure that settlement funds are deployed in ways that make a lasting difference. Justice is about making the necessary changes to prevent a disaster from happening again. And you'll recall that after the spill, BP was barred from doing business with the U.S. government. In reaching an agreement to lift the suspension, EPA vigorously pursued and achieved a set of requirements BP must now follow to make sure they do not repeat this disaster. Today's agreement will include critical transparency measures that will hold BP openly accountable to these obligations and will make sure everyone knows that taking the required steps to do better in the future are actually happening and on time. To close, today is a sober triumph
for the Clean Water Act and the Oil Pollution Act. They are cornerstones of EPA's work. Every day, these and other laws are what allow EPA to pursue our mission of protecting people's health and environment, and I want to thank the great team at EPA for delivering and working on this wonderful agreement. This consent decree is a demonstration of our nation's environmental laws hard at work on behalf of the American people. Today, they are bringing justice to the people of the Gulf. Let me turn now and ask Mike Connor, who is the Deputy Secretary of the Interior, to offer some remarks.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Madam Attorney General, for your leadership and the leadership of your team with working with all the federal agencies and our state counterparts to bring together this historic event and this historic consent decree that got filed today. I am pleased, representing the Interior Department, to join the announcement of this historic settlement. Not only is it a tremendous victory for the Gulf, the citizens of this nation, it's also a tremendous victory for restoration and conservation of the nation's precious land, water, and wildlife resources. As you've heard, the Deepwater Horizon spill was the largest oil spill and environmental disaster in our country's history. A tragedy that claimed the lives of 11 men, also soiled more than 43 square miles of the Gulf region and damaged more than 1,300 miles of coastline between Texas and Florida. Today's announcement represents great progress as we move towards restoration and remediation efforts in the Gulf, but it's equally important to ensure that history does not repeat itself. In response to the Deepwater Horizon tragedy, Interior launched aggressive and comprehensive reforms to our offshore oil and gas regulation and oversight activities. DOI restructured its regulatory approach to prevent incidents like this from occurring again and to ensure that the United States can safely and responsibly develop its oil and gas resources offshore. Now we have two independent regulatory agencies, the Bureau of Safety and Environmental Enforcement, BSEE, and the Bureau of Ocean and Energy Management, BOEM. Both have clear missions and are better resourced than their institutional predecessor, the Minerals Management Service. BSEE is steeped in a culture of safety and while is ensuring the highest technological standards are followed by the industry. BOEM is focused on ensuring that industry plans for exploration and production contain robust environmental safeguards based on the best available science. In short, we are enhancing drilling and workplace safety in the Gulf region. We remain committed to continuous improvement and will continue to engage the industry and all stakeholders to make sure our regulatory process enables safe and responsible development offshore. Today, as you've also heard, we're moving forward with our restoration and remediation efforts and making very good value of the investments that are being made pursuant to today's consent decree. As you've heard, the Deepwater Horizon Natural Resources Damage Assessment Trustee Council filed the draft Programmatic Natural Resources Assessment draft plan and the draft EIS. Comments are being taken through December 4th. The plan provides a framework for how the trustees will use the $8.1 billion made available in the consent decree to provide natural resources damage recoveries in the Gulf. In addition, I'd like to point out the Gulf Coast Ecosystem Restoration Council, the Restore Council, published a regulation a week ago which established a formula for allocating resources according to representing oiled shoreline that was occurred during the tragedy. So that formula will distribute a portion of the 80% of the $5.5 billion that's going forward to be invested under the Restore program. These actions represent a critical path forward in our restoration and conservation of natural resources. As the Attorney General and others have noted, nothing can undo the dislocation, anxiety, and uncertainty the spill caused for families, businesses, and communities across the Gulf region. But the proposed settlement accomplishes exactly what the environmental laws are supposed to do. Interior Department is appreciative of being part of this historic effort and looks forward to the restoration efforts moving forward. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Admiral Paul Zukov with the United States Coast Guard, who has a long history in this matter, as you've heard earlier today.
Thank you, Ken. Attorney General Lynch, and I really want to thank everybody here who represents whole of government. 5.5 years ago, I was there. And this is before and this is after, but this is emblematic of what whole of government can do, whole of federal government. In a period of time when I look back to when I was working with then Attorney General Holder, when I was working with our Department of Homeland Security, Janet Napolitano, Secretary of Interior, Ken Salazar, Jane Luchenko, and among others. They're not here with us today, but their work, their vision has really made this historic day possible. So I'll just take you back 5.5 years ago as a federal on-scene coordinator for what was then the worst environmental tragedy in United States history. And I want to just share with you from the eyes of the nearly 45,000 responders that answered to this spill. Many of them lived in these communities. Many of them worked in the offshore oil industry. Many of them were fishermen. Many of them relied on tourism, and they saw their way of life being eroded and perhaps irreversibly changed. And I tried to assure them during that time that, yes, we will emerge from this worst tragedy better than we found it. And that was our job during this response, is to return the Gulf better than we had found it. Now, it had been 25 years since I had been in the Gulf of Mexico. I was a commercial fisherman when I was lieutenant in the Coast Guard, and I would have to go through a labyrinth of wetlands to get out into the Gulf of Mexico. And when I looked out at Barataria Bay, there was the Gulf of Mexico, and gone were those wetlands. As we look at how pristine this environment is and how vital it is to this ecosystem, and clearly this was not a problem that the United States Coast Guard could serve on its own. But our members, we live in these communities. We continue to respond to episodic oiling related to this oil spill as I stand before you today. But today is indeed a milestone day in United States history. We have turned the corner. Not only turned the corner, but there is a restoration plan in place. I know what it takes with environmental impact studies to get this critical work done and to get it done in a timely manner. And this is nothing less than a Herculean effort across whole of government to make this day possible, because at the end of the day, it's those communities on the Gulf Coast who 5.5 years ago said our way of life has changed, and today they will wake up and say, yes, our way of life has changed for the better. So again, I thank you, and I thank all of the team members here that made this day possible. Thank you, and Semper Paratus.
All right, our questions today. Devlin?
Attorney General, the company has long valued this deal at $18.7 billion. Can you just explain the discrepancy in the valuations?
Surely. You'll see that today's announcement is a little over $20 billion. The company did reserve a little over $18 billion earlier this year in an initial estimation. Over time, we've refined those numbers. We've also added in amounts of money that the company had already provided for restoration to the Gulf. So that's why you see this. So simply over time, we do refine numbers, and we do feel this is a much more exact number.
Some localities that were holding out and sort of fighting for the prospect of more money. Are there any remaining holdouts, any parishes in Louisiana that are not covered that didn't want to be part of this, or is every single jurisdiction part of this now?
Well, I believe that also today the 5 Gulf states are announcing their own resolutions, which we are covering in this also. So I'd have to defer you to their specific announcements as well. There certainly may be some, I just don't have the particulars on that. And certainly we hope that they can find resolution.
If I'm doing my math right, this comes out to about $155 per barrel spilled. What was the maximum you could have sought under federal law?
Well, thanks for the math. Certainly, if you look at the initial case where we did find liability, the maximum penalty would have been a little over $13 billion. That would have had to have been upheld, would have had to have been found by the court, upheld on appeal, and it would have significantly not accounted for the delays in getting recovery to the Gulf. This is still the largest environmental penalty under the Clean Water Act and Oil Pollution Act ever. It is significantly higher than the penalties exacted for the Exxon Valdez disaster, which people often compare this to. And so we feel that this will, with the cooperation of the agencies here and the Gulf states, lead to real relief for the people and the citizens and the businesses of the Gulf. The EPA has indicated they have some updated numbers, which may be helpful to you. Let me turn it over to Gina McCarthy for that information.
Thank you. I just wanted to indicate that we have great respect for the media. We disagree a little bit on the numbers here. EPA's calculation is that it's actually $1,725 per barrel of oil spilled.
I was close.
I wish you gave us that kind of latitude when we do things.
Well, let me just follow up then and try to salvage it. I got that number from the Wall Street Journal, by the way. What would have been, if that's the total, could you have sought more under federal law? What's the maximum per barrel you could have sought is what I'm trying to find out.
You know, the penalties are not really allocated on a per barrel basis. It's an aggregate of all the damage incurred, and we get submissions on that. As I indicated before, I think that's certainly the maximum we could have gotten if we stayed in court and fought this to the bitter end for several more years. We could have gotten an award statutorily of over $13 billion. Again, that was assuming that the court would have awarded that amount of money. That is close to the maximum under the statute we could have gotten, looking at the kind of damage that was incurred here. And again, it would have had to have been upheld on appeal for us to have recovered that amount of money. So those certainly are numbers that are available under the statute, but we felt that this resolution, coming in with the highest amount of a penalty ever, would let us get the money to the Gulf right away. Anyone else have a calculator? You had your hand up.
I'd like to ask Ms. McCarthy and the Admiral, what is the state of the Gulf today? I mean, we talked a lot about how much is being done. How much damage is still there? How would you estimate it?
The last report of oiling we had actually was back in March in Barataria Bay of 2015. A tar mat that came ashore that we could match to Macondo 252 oil. The fishing industry has reopened, and it has reopened with resurgence. Tourism is back like actually never before. The coastal states, especially in Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, had banner years for tourism as well. But what has not recovered are these wetlands, as I alluded to earlier. Which is going to take time. And when you look at the ecosystems that are dependent upon those wetlands to sustain fisheries well into the 21st century, that work is going to be absolutely critical. So much work now needs to be done on the restore aspect of this oil spill, but much of the response work is in fact complete. But if oil does come ashore, we take those calls and we respond as we do to all oil spills in the United States.
Very quickly, let me just add that the reason you have $8.1 billion in restoration funds is because there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But let me just add, there's also an additional $700 million that's built into this agreement should there be unforeseen impacts or damages that we did not anticipate that required work.
Gina, can I? You know, I think one of the issues that may not be fully appreciated is what this settlement will do in terms of spurring other folks to think differently about conservation. We know from an ag perspective that we now have farmers and producers far more sensitive to what they can do with their land, and this resource is going to encourage, I think, more conservation than would otherwise have taken place. So there's not only going to be a direct impact on how the oil spill affected the wetlands, but there's also going to be a positive impact on the ecosystem that feeds into those wetlands. And I think you're going to see significant increases in habitat. That's in turn going to substantially increase hunting and fishing and recreational opportunities, and that's going to tie into the Admiral's comments about tourism.
Hey, Joe. On another topic, you and Administrator McCarthy are working on another high-profile investigation at the moment into Volkswagen, I guess, subverting U.S. environmental laws. And I'm wondering if you could talk a bit, you and the Administrator talk a bit about the status of the investigation, you know, what level of cooperation you guys are getting from Volkswagen, and whether you can even proceed criminal charges at the moment, because I know you were not able to obtain them against GM.
Well, what I can say, certainly Administrator McCarthy can speak about the actions that have already been taken regarding Volkswagen, which are public. At this point, the Department of Justice is working very closely with the EPA to review these matters. We will review all the evidence, all the facts, and pursue whatever remedies we find available under the law. And since this is something that we're looking at right now, I'm not able to go into details about that, but it is something that we take very, very seriously. Do you want to add anything on that? No? Okay. And then behind you had your...
For the restoration plan, how specific does this get in telling states how they're going to go about restoring these wetlands? Are we going to see further announcements from them on the fine-grained details of how they'll be doing this, or does this lay it all out there?
Well, what I would do is I would hope that people would go to the website and look at the restoration plan. Again, as I indicated earlier, the 4 agencies that are here and all 5 states are involved in that. And while the restoration plan talks about the type of things that it will focus on, in particular, whether it is about a certain type of mammal or fish, it does not define the specific projects now, because we want every state to be able to look at the harm that they suffered and come up with the best plan and pick the best ways of solving their particular issues. So the plan does outline broad categories, and we expect to work very, very closely with the Restoration Council, which is chaired by the Secretary of Commerce here. I don't know if you have anything you want to add to that, but we also anticipate that the states will be very involved in deciding the actual ways in which the recovery money will be spent. Yes.
Thanks. The FBI yesterday put out a statement regarding an online post that was allegedly threatening Philadelphia area colleges, universities. I want to see if you care to comment on that. And also, is FBI monitoring any other similar online posts to any other colleges, universities throughout the country?
Well, I'm going to refer you to the FBI statement for that. And what I will say is that in this time of heightened sensitivity, we are taking all steps necessary and appropriate to make sure that we are aware of threats, no matter how they may be transmitted. But I'll refer you back to the FBI statement on that. And behind you.
Administrator McCarthy, you mentioned transparency requirements on BP. Is that part of the settlement, and can you detail what the transparency requirements are?
Well, as you know, there were prior agreements, both the criminal plea agreement as well as EPA's debarment agreement with BP that were actually reinforced through this particular agreement because it did build transparency and accountability mechanisms. In particular, it requires BP to report and keep that accurate on a publicly accessible website. So you will be able to see yourself what kind of actions that BP has initiated and how it is complying with the settlement agreement. So that's the ultimate of transparency.
May I ask you on another subject as well? Given the President's comments last week about his concern about guns and mass shootings, is the Justice Department doing anything to...
Related to our overall view of how we deal with police departments as part of our practice of enforcing either consent decrees or working with them. And I was trying to make the point that we also have to focus on building community trust, which is a very individual, very local practice. Unfortunately, my comments gave the misperception that we were changing our view in some way about the importance of this data. Nothing could be further from the truth. This data is not only vital, we are actually working very closely with law enforcement to develop national consistent standards for collecting this kind of information.
So do you think the department should be compelled to provide that sort of data? Should there be should it be a requirement for departments to say?
Well, we do require it when we have consent decrees with departments, and frankly, we find it very, very useful as we look at data and trends, and as we publish our consent decrees, we encourage other departments to do so. And frankly, police departments also are finding it useful. Certainly, the fact that we don't have a nationwide consistent set of standards is, not only does it make our job difficult, it makes it hard to see these trends, and that's why it is so important to focus on these. And that's why we are working through the department's research arm, our Bureau of Justice Statistics and the FBI are working with the leading police organizations, International Association of Chiefs of Police, major city chiefs, major county sheriffs, to look at these standards. And we're also going further and developing standards for publishing information about deaths in custody as well, because transparency and accountability are helped by this kind of national data.
Last question.
Devlin took my question, but I have another one. There's been a consistent stream of information leaking out about the Department of Justice's inquiry into Hillary Clinton's email storage. Most of this information is negative. It's having an impact on her campaign. Are you concerned about those leaks, and what, if anything, are you doing to prevent any more information from getting out about this inquiry?
Well, look, I think leaks are detrimental to any matter, no matter what it is, no matter who is involved, because everyone wants to have matters conducted in the way that the department always does, which is thoroughly, fairly, efficiently, and with a view towards whatever the appropriate resolution is going to be. So beyond that, I'm not able to comment on any specifics of the matter.
All right, and this is where
Thank you.
we wrap up this press conference. There we go. Interesting to hear them discussing that oil spill that seems like it happened forever ago. However, they are just now settling that again, $20 billion final settlement. And I want to give you some live visuals out of Los Angeles. We are constantly, and of course, this is in no way, shape, or form the end of the drought. But there was so much rainfall in Los Angeles that it appears to have flooded in certain areas, and we're getting a lot of...
Oh yeah, the water's definitely going down. Because when we got here, those signs were the edge.
Getting a lot of visuals out of LA of some flooding happening due to weather. I'm sure
I said when we got here, those signs were the edge of the water.
Somewhat welcomed, because they have had such a hard time with the drought. But it is, some of these parts of Los Angeles, it's been a pretty chaotic scene, and I don't know why that person is walking up to their knees in rainwater, but interesting to see that. Now I know Samia was playing, let's see, the East Coast flooding video for you, and I am going to get us back to that right now.
As those requirements come in, and as the governor mentioned, we're kind of shifting now a little bit towards the damage assessment process and the recovery process, and we want to make sure that as we go through the damage assessment process, as other people have indicated, we want to make sure that we're safe about doing that. It's going to take a while for some of these floodwaters to recede to get in there and do that. So that process is going to take place over, obviously, at least the next several days and maybe even longer in terms of that. We'll continue to work very closely with our federal partners, Mike Moore, who's the federal coordinating officer who's already spoke, and working with them and synchronizing our efforts to make sure that the citizens of South Carolina recover as soon as possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Stenson. And now I'm going to turn it over to Director Smith of the Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Governor. We can't let our guard down. Conditions are still dangerous out there. As the Governor mentioned earlier, we have 9 weather-related fatalities. 4 were traffic-related, and 5 were drowning incidents where the victims were inside their vehicles when they entered into the standing water. So we must be very careful about that. The Department of Public Safety has responded to 2,679 calls for service since the emergency declaration. 910 of those were collisions. As the Governor mentioned earlier, we have over 250 troopers currently working during this operational period. We are still working with the South Carolina Department of South Carolina Department of Transportation regarding road closures and diversion routes. Traffic in the upstate and the Rock Hill areas has returned to normal. Traffic in the Midlands is very light with the exception of I-77. We are using that I-77 corridor as a diversion route or detour route, if you will, from traffic coming from 95 northbound to 26 westbound to I-77 northbound. Traffic in the Low Country is light. However, there are still several streets in the downtown Charleston area still closed. Traffic in the PD and Grand Strand areas are light at this time. With regard to ESF 13, the Emergency Support Function 13, where SLED is the lead agency for that. They are conducting various security missions, assisting Clarendon County. We have 40 law enforcement officers in Clarendon County assisting the Sheriff's Office, and we have 41 officers in Columbia City and Richland County providing assistance to those law enforcement agencies. Again, SLED is the lead agency for that. They are assisted by the Triple P as well as Department of Natural Resources. And Department of Natural Resources officers have been conducting copious amounts of search and rescue missions during this period of time in Clarendon, Sumter, Berkeley, Charleston, Richland, and Lexington counties. Again, situations are very dangerous out there, and we just ask that you not let your guard down. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Smith, and all of our law enforcement agencies that have really worked very well together. And now I'm going to turn it over to Secretary Hall at DOT.
Thank you, Governor. The road conditions have previously been reported by Director Smith. Essentially what we're seeing north of Columbia is we've moved into a recovery phase with regards to the infrastructure assets that are in place. From Columbia south, we are still in a response mode. We still have a lot of roads flooded. And as the Governor mentioned, we're anticipating those floodwaters to travel towards the coast. So we will have a propagating wave of road and bridge closures going forward. As the Governor mentioned, we have approximately 100 bridges and roads closed here just in the Columbia metro area. With regards to returning the transportation network to service, we're going to establish that in a priority order. Our interstates will be our top priority with regards to returning those to service, followed next by the primary routes, so your U.S. routes and your SC routes, and then followed behind that will be our high-volume, smaller two-lane roadways that connect communities to communities. So that'll be our priority order going forward. I can advise you that we're in the process, based on our assessments here in the Midlands region of the water levels and our bridge conditions, that we are planning to reopen I-126 heading into downtown Columbia, as well as reopen that section of I-20 around the Monticello Road area that had previously been closed. The I-26 bridge over the Saluda River will still remain closed due to our concerns with the Saluda River and the water levels there coming out of the back of Lake Murray. We can anticipate a long period of assessment and recovery with this event until the water levels recede. In the Columbia area going south, we really are unable to determine what level of damage we have on the roads and bridges. Obviously, we know there is damage. We can see that, and we're making closures as needed to address any public safety concerns. I would like to thank our Federal Highway Division Administrator, Emily Lawton, who's here with us today. She's one of the great team members that we have working this event with us, and I have made a request to her on behalf of the citizens of South Carolina for some emergency relief funds to assist us in expediting the recovery of our assets. I've made a request of about $5 million to get us started. Governor, I'll turn it back over to you.
And that is in addition to the verbal declaration. So what that allows them to do is to go ahead and get the engineers out there to assess the damage for the roads. So basically, what can you expect from here? First of all, this is not over. Just because the rain stops does not mean that we are out of the woods. We very much still have a vulnerable situation that's out there. I'm still going to ask citizens to please stay inside. What you will hear around that hopefully 5 or 6 o'clock time is you'll start to hear county closures again. With those county closures, we always encourage the superintendents to close schools along with that, and obviously state offices always follow the county office rules. So you will see those, and the reason we're doing that is even though you're not seeing rain, there is still water out there. It is going to take a little while for this water to go away. More importantly, right now we've got engineers out there trying to assess the roads because we're not going to open a road until we know it's safe for you to drive on. And so that means we have to test it. So that's going to take us a little while to make sure that we put you on the right roads before we allow you to do that. Again, you will see road closures happen that didn't happen before, and that's more because we know water totals that are starting to come in a certain direction. You will see evacuations today in certain places. Those will be announced as well. But more importantly, I think if you look at the timeline of this, we declared a state of emergency on Thursday. That's when we enacted the National Guard and asked them to come forward. On Friday, we asked for the federal declaration. Today, what you're seeing is we asked for the verbal major disaster declaration, which the feds have been so kind to work with us on, and they've moved everything very quickly. Secretary Hall asked for the expedited request in terms of assessments. So we are going to continue to move forward. We are going to expedite it in the best way that we can. This is what citizens need to do. For those of you that have damage in your homes, damage in your businesses, go ahead and start making lists of those and inventories of those. We are going to have FEMA people on the ground soon that will be making those assessments with you, and we will explain to you exactly how this process is going to work. It's not going to happen quickly, and I'm sorry for that. But what you will feel is things are going to continue to happen. So these teams are now are on the ground now. They're ready to help and they're ready to assist. The way we're doing this is really through your county emergency management division offices. We have a great communication director. Stinson and his team have a good communication with all of the counties so that we can go through. I will, over the next 2 or 3 days, be actually going on the ground. I was supposed to go up in flight this morning, and the weather wouldn't allow for it. So over the next few days, I will be going around and we'll assess the damage. We're going to continue to work with the federal agents to let them know that not only was that a verbal request, but we will put an actual permanent written request in, and we're going to call. Our federal delegation has been wonderful. I've been in contact with them as well, and let them know what is going on. And so with that, what I want you to know is South Carolina has gone through a storm of historic proportions. It has gone through a storm that has never happened before. Having said that, South Carolina's moving. We've got all the people we need. If you see a first responder, if you see a crewman, if you see a utility lineman, thank them because they're tired. But they have a lot of heart and a lot of passion, and they want to make sure that everybody is as safe as possible. We did lose one of our DOT crew members yesterday, and that's why when I tell you to keep everybody in your prayers, that's why. When you think these people are going out and they're sacrificing and their families are sacrificing for them to protect our citizens. So while our family is without water, and while some of you may be without power, that might feel like a sacrifice, but I want you to think about the sacrifice of these members that are going out there and really trying to do their job and go into harm's way. So South Carolina is a strong state. We're a faithful state, but we are a state that understands that when tragedy happens, we lift each other up. I ask that you check on your neighbors, check on any elderly members that are out there. Certainly pets are a concern, and so if you see any of those, everybody is on standby. This is a state where all hands are on deck. We don't know unless you call us and tell us. So do call 911 for any issues that may come up, and do not hesitate and assume that we know something, because that's not always the case when we don't have that many members out there to be watching. But with that, I'll now turn it over to you for any questions you have for me or any of the team.
Haley, one of your main concerns, everyone stay off the road. For the employers that are insisting on their employees coming into work, what would you say to them?
So it depends. If you're looking at north of the Midlands, it is easing up. Certainly you could see, and I think we can tell that because you're not seeing the road closures, so that's a good sign that I think that those areas are safe. It's not every county in the state, so, but what we were saying is the Midlands is still in pretty bad shape. So, what I have said is following the rules of the state is always a safe way to go. If you see state and county agencies are closed, the private sector should look at that. They don't have to, but that's really a measure of safety when we do that. So I would ask that they at least acknowledge it. If they need additional information, call your emergency management office. That's the best thing, is because if you are going to open, we want to be able to offer your employees the right route to drive and to make sure that we do that. So we work for the citizens of the state. So if you have to go to work, don't necessarily, instead of being upset about it, call us and let us give you the safe route to go to work. And then for the others, if you follow the county closures, that's a pretty close indication of safety.
You mentioned 9 deaths. I thought we were up at 7. Have there been a couple others?
Yes, so we had more. So what you had was, I believe we had 5 drownings and 4 traffic related, and these are all since we had the state of emergency. And I will tell you, I don't know that that's all of them. Keep in mind that we are finding the drownings as it happens. It is not because we can't get to people. That between the guardsmen and the DNR rescues and all of those, that very much has been it. What we've found is either this happened during this time where everybody, we wanted them to stay in, or it's from just not being able to drive on the roads and it's not safe yet. But yes, unfortunately, the number has moved to 9.
Governor, would you say the lack of water, the 40,000 or so people who do not have access to any water or clean water, is that your number one concern right now? I know all of it is concern and you want to get the state back to normal.
It's the thing
water the biggest one?
it's the one we're talking about all day. I mean, between the water and the safety of the roads, and making sure that we're assessing those roads to make sure that they don't open until we know they're fixed. The water is an important one. One, obviously for contamination, but two, making sure people get water. And so that's why we're opening up those distribution sites. We're going to make sure they're safe and secure, but there's going to be plenty of water. What we do know is we've got enough supplies. We just want to be able to tell people where to get them and how to get them so that they can do that. And so you'll see those press releases come out. We'll get that to you, and we'll ask that you get that out to the citizens as soon as possible.
And can you talk about the verbal declaration again, just the name of that, how it's different?
So the difference is that we did the state of emergency, which activated the National Guard and kind of got all my agencies up to, and then we asked for the federal declaration. The next step would normally be asking for a major declaration. What we did was we expedited that and took an unusual route of asking for a verbal declaration. That's where I got on the phone with the federal authorities. I talked to them and spoke to them and answered questions about the situations, talked to them about the counties that were in need, talked to them about the difference, what types of threats we're seeing, and that is what allowed us to start accessing immediate relief. We have not been approved for that federal declaration yet, but now that's what we will be waiting for. In the meantime, we are drafting the actual proper major declaration, disaster declaration, which is the actual paperwork. So this is just allowing me to go a little bit faster so that we can go ahead and start all of that moving. And so we're very much trying to be ahead of everything that we need. And I just can't say enough about how great the feds have been to work with in terms of really working with us to get that relief.
Governor, what watersheds and waterways are you most concerned about when you're talking about that downflow effect?
I'm going to have, who's my, okay.
Probably the one that we're most concerned about right now is in Kingstree. It may require an evacuation of that area, but we've been in contact with the local authorities down there, and it should be a very measured response, and we will handle any assistance that they need from us in terms of that.
What body of water is that?
I think it's the Black River.
It's the
but
Black River.
yeah, I think it's the Black River. Yeah.
Black River's right, and then there's watery was an issue?
Watery may be an issue. The Waccamaw may be an issue, but again, and also the Edisto. But again, we're working with the local authorities there to make sure that that they've got the assets that they need to evacuate if they need to, or protect infrastructure as well.
General, what is the plan to get our roads repaired, especially the rural roads?
So if you heard Secretary Hall, what we're doing is, first of all, she's asked for, she requested the immediate relief that allows for engineers and everyone to go do the assessment. So the key is the assessment, exactly what are we looking at with the damage. What you're going to see is when all the water goes away, there's going to be some serious damage to the roads, but it's not necessarily going to be what you can see. It could be underneath. It could be on the sides. So we're really going to do this right and make sure that we do the proper assessment. They started that yesterday. So the assessment of roads has already happened. What they're going to do is interstates first, or the priority, and then you're going to go to your primary highways, and then you're going to go to your heavy traffic secondary roadways from there, and then from there you'll go to your rural. This is all about safety. So when you think of prioritization, think safety. That's what we're trying to do. And the fact that we went ahead and we're starting to get this money now is because we don't want to wait on the assessments. The reason we're going ahead and getting the verbal major disasters so that we can move. But I want to make it very clear. Just because the rain went away, this is going to be a process. This is going to be a long process. It is going to be one where we have to prioritize and we have to stay on it. It's going to be one where we're going to be okay, but we are really going to have to take it one step at a time. And so it's not going to be convenient. And I do want to go ahead and let the citizens know that as you're not just going to take your normal route to work in the next few days. Your child's not going to take the normal route to school. This is going to be a situation where we're really having to deal with a lot of roadways and bridges that we didn't have to deal with prior to this rainstorm.
Governor, is there an early value on the damage assessment?
She asked you, but no. I mean, so this is what I'll tell you is right now what we've done is we are talking with the counties about what sort of assessments they're seeing, how they go about and assess that. So the State Emergency Management Division has, I think, having two conferences with them today on how to start evaluating it. But it's really anything and everything that you need to get through a disaster. So whether it's resources in terms of manpower, whether it's resources in terms of supplies, whether it's infrastructure damages, whether it's hotels or, all of those things, all of that is on the table in terms of what you go to do to assess the damage. And so that's something that will take, it's not going to happen in the next day or two. This is now going to take several days for us to do an overall general assessment, and then we'll have to dig deep to go and find out exactly what that's going to be. So we won't have any numbers yet. I will tell you the fact that we are looking at a major disaster declaration, that's not something that you normally see. It's definitely hit the thresholds of all of that.
Governor Haley, this flood has been compared to the flood in 2010 in Nashville, with the river cresting, also with hydroelectric dams malfunctioning, et cetera. Have your crews or agencies been looking at that on what it will take to possibly rebuild everything and the total damages?
Absolutely. This is something that not only did this team look at it, we started looking at it, last week, of what the areas we expected the floods and rainfall to be. Then we started looking at where it was actually hitting, and then we were looking at what actually hit, and then now we're looking at the water flow. So much of this is a minute-by-minute, day-by-day assessment. I will tell you, it truly is all hands on deck. Everybody knows where that water is going to flow, and that's where I want the citizens to be comfortable. Everybody knows the stability, where we're unstable. What I have talked about with this team today is, when in doubt, we're evacuating. So if we think there's going to be any sort of concern whatsoever, we're going to be on the more cautious side as not, which is why I can already tell you that King Street's probably going to have some evacuations and some others. But our job is to make sure that it's safety first and that the people are taken care of, and this team has worked very well to make that happen.
Sarah, you mentioned that roads have given out from under people. So how often has that happened? Where has that happened? And
well, we've seen it throughout the state, especially where you have water that's topping over the road. And what you find is that it will get in between the culverts and the road bed and actually
But let's be clear, these are those heavy, high water vehicles.
Yes.
We're not talking about passenger cars.
okay, so no one's gone to the hospital after being
No. So we're not having, no.
What we're seeing roads that are unstable, which is why you don't need to be on them around the Midlands area when they're blocked off or when they have water on them.
So what you need to look at is passenger cars that have moved. What we did and what Secretary Hall and DOT did was when they thought when in doubt, we closed roads. So that would not happen. And that is exactly the reason we closed roads. What we have now is we're going through assessment and recovery or rescue efforts. So when you have those high water vehicles, you're talking about a ton that's on a road that's not used to doing that. You've got all this rain. They don't know necessarily where that damage is. And so I think we had one yesterday that fell through. And we had a soldier who's, I think, broken leg from it.
He's fine.
But no, we're not seeing anything like that. But that is the reason we strongly believe we don't know what's underneath, and so until we open a road, we're going to make sure we assess it properly to make sure it's safe.
How long will that take? 'Cause, I mean, you don't have enough engineers to go to every rock crossing.
So we are pulling people from out of state. So first of all, the feds are sending in teams that will help assess, and that's a lot of what this verbal request will do and allow us to do that. Secondly, we're pulling in teams from out of state that will do it. Thirdly, Secretary Hall already has teams, and then the National Guard's also been able to help with that as well in terms of engineers. So we actually, I think the resources are coming in strongly. Did you want to add anything, Secretary Hall?
No, you haven't asked. Do we have an ETA on how long it'll take to go to every single one of those?
So this is what I will tell you is if we're going to do it, I want it done right. So while we are going to be as fast as we can in our approach, we're not taking any chances. We are going to make sure that we look at every single major interstate, every major highway, every secondary, every rural, and if it is open, a citizen can be safe. And that is the rules and kind of what we're dealing with is safety first. So it's going to take a while. It's not going to happen fast. I think interstates will happen first, so that should give you an indication, and then major highways after that. So that's the order in which we're going.
And if you could speak to, I'm sure that roads have been
Collapsed.
Okay, even if water hasn't covered them, correct? I mean, so
you've got sinkholes, that you'll see, is that what you're referring to, the sinkholes and where the sides have gone in, or whether actually the dirt underneath the roads has completely washed away?
Telling citizens, stay off roads, they should stay off roads more than just the ones that have been covered by water.
So what we are doing is we're closing any roads that aren't safe. So when we have a road that's open, we have already tried to make sure that it is a safe road for it to be open. That is why you've seen a lot of road closures. That is why you'll see a lot of those roads in the upstate opening up. It's because they started assessments yesterday to make sure they're okay. Do you want to add to that?
Yes, I mean, the governor's exactly right. Basically, as the floodwaters recede in these areas and communities, we're literally going out there and checking those facilities to make sure that they're safe and passable and able to be used. Of course, as previous directors mentioned, if you see anything that doesn't look right or you have concerns about it, please reach out to us, and we'll go out and double check it.
Our goal is to be overly cautious. Any other questions?
Oh, yes. I've heard of floating cemeteries, basically. Where is that happening? Is that happening? How many graves have risen?
So one of the things that you want to be, and that this team knows, is we want to be very respectful of that. So Director Taylor with LLR has been fantastic in terms of getting the list of cemeteries over to DHEC. DHEC is now in the process of going through and looking at all the major cemeteries to make sure and see what situations it's in. Normally, I think protocol is that is the responsibility of the funeral home, but what we are saying is no, we're going to go and assist, and if there is anything, the goal is to keep that very respectful and to make sure that we have done that. So we, Director Taylor and Director Heigl, between LLR and DHEC are working on that now. I am not aware, but I would not know. I'm not aware of any that we have, but we will know more by our 5 o'clock call. I've asked to know that by 5 o'clock, and so that's when we'll have more information. All right? Any questions? All right. Thank you very much for taking the time.
I'm still here. You're still here. I'm still here.
Ask him to come in case you'll have questions.
No, I'm glad. I'm glad. You just never know who's going on.
Everything we've done, we've made sure that we have structural approaches. We got people trained engineers.
That's not working right now.
Well, and that's pretty much the safety assessment. Every once in a while, there's inflammatory language. Letting all the water out of there.
All right, and let's take a look at our weather graphic and see if Dave Munsey is on top of it. A lot of weather talk today between the tornado, the flooding in Los Angeles, and the flooding on the East Coast. You can see that weather moving in thanks to Dave Munsey and our AccuWeather system. Yes. What? Thanks. I know Lexi sent me a picture.
Bummer of a game, though.
That was Troy Hayden. Troy Hayden and John Hook are gearing up for our 5 p.m. broadcast. They're making their way into the studio. I'm trying to get an update on that tornado we were telling you about. See what the status was. what actually did come to fruition in that regards to that weather. And Dave says, we do have a chance of rain tonight through tomorrow. We have had a tornado warning near Show Low and some flooding in the northwest. So that was 8 minutes ago from Dave. And apparently Dave had brownies that he didn't tell me about, so that's something I'm going to have to meet with him in regards to. No one tells me that there's brownies. What is this? I mean, the tornado warning is no longer in effect, so. In general and national, I know weather.com says heavy rain will linger in portions of eastern North Carolina and coastal South Carolina where flood concerns will continue. A chance of a few isolated thunderstorms in Arizona, southern Nevada, and portions of western New Mexico. Again, tomorrow, a chance of an isolated severe thunderstorm in south central and southeastern Arizona, central and southern New Mexico, and southwestern Texas. After that, no mention of us on Wednesday on weather.com. But we will hear from Dave later tonight, who will give us a better idea of what to look forward to. I know Ty Brennan told us there's a 50% chance of rain today, but Munsey says it's less than that. It's 30%. I'm a little disappointed. And again, we are gearing up for the 5 p.m. broadcast. That is Troy Hayden and John Hook. Carrie Lake is not in today. But if you need your fix, if you need your Carrie Lake fix, I have it for you right here.
Today, Phoenix police officer Eric Gardner joined his fellow officers and friends at an event in his honor.
8 days ago, Officer Eric Gardner was making a traffic stop when the driver opened fire, hitting Gardner in his chest, hip, and arm. Gardner's bulletproof vest saved his life.
Nicole Garcia joins us live tonight with more on the officer's recovery. This is amazing that he survived that.
He is really lucky to be alive, but he also has a very long road to recovery ahead of him. One of the bullets hit him in the arm, his left arm, and because of that injury, he may never recover the full use of his left hand again. So today, he was surrounded by family, his coworkers, and supporters at an all-day barbecue event. Look, they're still grilling. They still have hamburgers here on the grill, cooking it up and serving it up. Supporters are raising money for Gardner and his family. Back on his feet, Phoenix police officer Eric Gardner blends in with the crowd. The only sign that he'd been shot several times, his arm in a sling.
Swing away, it'd be hard to know that he was shot 3 times and he had his upper arm blown up by a .45 round, because he seems normal.
There's probably no one more grateful for his survival than his children.
I was speechless.
Gardner is a father of 5. His son Nicholas says he didn't know what to say when family members told him what happened to his dad.
Glad that he survived and didn't get hurt badly.
A gunman came close to taking Officer Gardner's life on September 16th. Gardner pulled a car over, ran the plates, which came back invalid. He called for backup and approached the car. That's when the suspect opened fire. His co-workers say Gardner did everything right.
Once he was shot, Eric reacted exactly as we would want him to. There's a couple of options available. Eric chose the path to retreat to the rear of the car, to get on the radio, and to continue to defend himself from the ground if he had to. Fortunately, the car took off, and Eric was able to call for help calmly and clearly.
Gardner's bulletproof vest likely saved his life, but a bullet shattered a bone in his left arm, causing severe nerve damage. At this point, it's unclear if Gardner will recover the full use of his left hand. 100% of the proceeds collected at this fundraiser will go toward helping Gardner and his family through the tough times. Gardner's son says his dad may be hurt, but he's certainly not down.
He's a hard-working dad. He helps us a lot with our homework and stuff.
And police did catch the suspected gunman who shot Officer Gardner several hours after the shooting. That gunman, identified as 26-year-old Michael Rogers. He had several outstanding warrants, and he is in jail on a $1 million bond. Reporting live, I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
First on Fox tonight, he was shot 3.
And that graphic has yet to change, but we are waiting for Dave Munsey to give us the latest and greatest on his Phoenix forecast. You know, this place flips around when there is any sort of rain. So the second I hear it hit the roof, I know everybody's going to run out with their cell phones and be doing one of these, taking their pictures with their cell phones. Also, I have Halloween nails. Ooh. This one's my favorite. It's really cute. The ghosts. Let's jump into some politics before we close down for the 5 and gear up for the 6:30. An update on the presidential race is always necessary.
This most recent national poll out from Investors Business Daily may be something of an outlier, but it indicates that for both Democrats and Republicans, the race for the White House is still very much in flux.
You can't deny the Trump phenomenon, but is it a bubble that's about to burst? One recent national poll shows that Trump has now fallen behind neurosurgeon Ben Carson. And Trump is making it clear that if it's evident he can't sew up the nomination, he's out.
And if I thought that I wasn't going to win, like there are numerous people running right now, they're not going to win, okay? I would certainly want to get out. I'm not a masochist. I'm not somebody that needs to do this for other reasons.
But is perceived Trump weakness simply a media bias that likes to build people up and then tear them down?
The media has a narrative here. They've never figured him out or figured out what's going on, and they are desperate to see to grapple for any sign. And even if Trump were to go, we would get another outsider.
Hey, great name. I'm Val.
Among Democrats, Hillary Clinton appeared on Saturday Night Live over the weekend, hoping to reach a young audience that seems enamored now with Bernie Sanders, who continues to draw big crowds. But it's Joe Biden who could present the biggest threat to Clinton. One national poll just out has Biden as number 2 without even being a declared candidate. At an event over the weekend, when someone in the crowd yelled that he should run, Biden was momentarily flustered.
Oh, anyway, all right. What was I saying?
It's still not clear what Biden is going to do, but the clock is ticking. The first Democratic debate is a week from tomorrow. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
The one issue that almost every presidential candidate is talking about today is gun control after that mass shooting in Oregon.
Taking guns away does not solve this problem. And Thomas Jefferson, way back then, said, you know, the only people who are hurt when we take guns away are the law-abiding citizens.
These political calls immediately after a shooting are not being made rationally, they're being made emotionally.
But Jeb Bush is the candidate taking the most heat from Democrats and gun control advocates after a comment he made on the campaign trail yesterday.
Look, stuff happens. There's always a crisis. And the impulse is always to do something, and it's not necessarily the right thing to do.
At the same time, a new Pew Research poll shows Bush taking a sharp dive with just 4% of the vote. Ted Cruz is now 2 points ahead of him. Marco Rubio and Carly Fiorina are tied for third. Ben Carson's in second. And Donald Trump still on top with 25% of the vote. On the Democratic side, tonight, the vice president, who still hasn't said if he's running, will be the keynote speaker at the annual dinner for the Human Rights Campaign. But earlier, it was Clinton's turn, and she used the platform to attack her Republican rivals on the issue of LGBT equality.
We're going to face some ridiculousness, especially from our friends in the GOP. In fact, it's already begun. Ben Carson says that marriage equality is what caused the fall of the Roman Empire.
Tonight, Clinton's expected to make a surprise appearance on the season premiere of Saturday Night Live before heading to New Hampshire early next week. In Washington, Kristen Fisher, Fox News.
I think she is one of the prettiest women in the entire world. Just give me all of my Fox packages from Kristen Fisher, please, and thank you. She's also very smart. I don't mean that in a way that takes away from how smart she is, because she is very smart, but she's absolutely beautiful, and I love when I have the opportunity to play her work. I'm going to dip into it for 2 seconds.
See ya, FOX10 News.
Thank you for that, Nicole. Valley man facing some serious charges. Police say Kevin Reed here had been drinking, was actually found passed out at a playground at a Mesa apartment complex, and his young son was...
That's our 5 o'clock news. Our 5 o'clock television broadcast is currently on Channel 10. If you're local, you can turn on Channel 10 and watch it for yourself with Troy Hayden right now and John Hook. Or you can head over to fox10phoenix.com/live to watch our local television news broadcast from your iPad, iPhone, laptop, wherever you want to watch it, wherever you want to stream it. Follow us on Twitter, like us on Facebook. I'm Kinsey Schofield. I'll be back at 6:30, and we've got a great show for you, 6:30 to 9 o'clock this evening. And we're going to bring you breaking news as well as some of the news we couldn't get to from earlier today. But thank you so much for spending your morning and your afternoon with Fox 10. Hopefully I will see you this evening, and I appreciate you.